So good afternoon everybody, welcome to Three Sisters here at Ashton in Makerfield near Wigan for round one of the 2024 Trips British Supermoto Championship. We've got beautiful weather blessing the circuit. I'm Phil G, alongside me Danielle Koenig. We've had a bit of a delay this morning and so running a little bit behind schedule. We are awaiting the completion of our A group qualifying, and then we will be bringing you the Leeds TM Superpole, which will then follow the Academy, Group C, Group B, Group A. We will probably have a shortened break to try and get us back on schedule, and then we will have our second and third races later on this afternoon, which will bring us three races for each of the classes for the whole of the day, and that will bring hopefully our first round to an exciting climax. We had some fantastic racing yesterday, Danielle. Everybody revved up for this first round of the full British Championship.
Yep, we could not have wished for better weather so far for this lovely bank holiday Easter weekend. In the meantime, while we wait for our TM Leeds Superpole, make sure that you are following TNL Sports on YouTube, so you can catch all the action for this upcoming 2024 Trips UK Supermoto season, and follow British Supermoto on Instagram and Facebook to keep up to date with every update from every round.
So Superpole then, our riders will be making their way back to the holding area, and we will see the top 5 riders go in reverse order to see who will sit on the front row of the grid. And from provisional qualifying, it was a really good time from the number 33 Trips.uk KTM of Jay Smith. He out there on the ex-Lucas Holbacher MTR KTM, now under the Trips banner, and there is Jay Smith, number 33, with back Franco Mollo, the proprietor of MTR, who builds the factory KTMs. So he's currently our fastest on 1:19, second place on the timing. Oh, well, it's just disappeared from our timing screens. So I think we got David Pearce then, who was on fire yesterday, Danielle. He's there in second. A great third from Alex Mullaney. Fourth, Jamie Duncan. And fifth, 217, Richard Sharp, just edging out the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. There's Alex Mullaney on the TM Leeds machine. So a change of machinery for him this weekend. Him and reigning British champion Chris Hodgson switching to the TM brand. And although they've basically got the same people behind them, they've also got the addition of TM Leeds as the team sponsor, and TKB Racing, we're up again from Automotive Solutions. Their youth rider also TM mounted, but Mullaney having to do it on his own this weekend because Chris Hodgson crashed yesterday in free training on the off-road section and broke a collarbone. So unfortunately, no Chris Hodgson this weekend.
Yeah, it looked like a nasty crash from Chris, so hopefully he gets well soon and is ready to join us back at round 2 in Teesside for that first weekend in May. So he's got a little bit of a break now, but we'll have a look and see. We should have our Superpole riders just getting ready to go. A change to the rules for this season is our Superpole riders are now allowed tyre warmers in the holding area. So last year it was sort of first out, went straight out, and it was a little bit rushed. So they're allowing the riders to use their tyre warmers to keep them so they've got instant grip as soon as they do go out for that hot lap.
So we saw Mullaney there, and David A. Mastro, the owner of TM Leeds, then stepping up. And they have put a lot of work in on those bikes over the last couple of days to get them where they need to be. Is Jay Smith. The Londoner then looking very much at home on that KTM. It was on the Honda last year, but that bike has gone to the 108 of Seth Gibson, so we'll still see that out there on track, as usually the case. The bikes that were at the sharp end in 2023 finding their way down to the riders on the move. Also, I think Chris Hodgson's 2023 championship winning bike has now been used by his former team boss, Paul Reynolds, so that bike's still out there as well. But Jay and Franco Mollo then just having a bit of a chat. Jay just saying maybe, well, getting a little bit of bouncing around Luna or whatever. The universal hand language of motorcyclists all over the world. But this Three Sisters track then, Danielle, you raced yesterday and had a pretty good day. perfect conditions for it.
Yeah, absolutely perfect conditions. So both the Trips guys and Dean Hillier put a lot of work into that new off-road section. So I know we ran it last year. The weather wasn't on our side when we ran it for that last round that we were here, but honestly it was great yesterday. Really technical and challenging, tight in places, led to lots of overtaking opportunities, so hopefully it'll be the same again for today. Now we're running a slightly different layout, so we're running that off-road backwards. We're also running the tabletop sort of not in its usual direction, again in the backwards direction, and then we're heading our way up that off-road section to then head our riders over the mountain today.
So race director then, with the race director hat on there, David Dearden just giving our riders their final instructions, but it will be the 217 of Richard Sharp on the Trips Husqvarna. He's switched camps this year and he's now under the what we'll say is mainly the orange tent of our title sponsor Trips.uk, but him and Chris Walker then go back a long time with motocross, so only a matter of time really before we saw Richard Sharp back into those colours. And whilst the graphics themselves are very similar to the orange bikes, they are on Husqvarnas, so they have the blue accent rather than the orange. So Sharp then over the tabletop for the first time. This off-road really tight, but it gave us some fantastic racing yesterday. Lots of alternative lines. It looks really slow and nadgery, but the off-road guys getting to show their prowess as Richard Sharp then up over this tabletop. TM leads Superpole up the final dirt section, tipping in here very off camber at the top of this hill. You've got to struggle to get all the power down. Little wheelie there as he comes over the top of Coward Summit down into this final turn. This is a really difficult bit of the circuit, very easy to run on, get onto the ripple strips through the left right, through the right left there, down the Rogerson straight then, and then tipping into this left-hander, which then comes into Luna, which is basically a 270 degree, almost 5 apex corner that will find out any bike. We will see.
So we're just waiting for our timing screen to update, and Richard Sharp has done a 1 minute 20.8 dead. So that is now the time to beat for the remainder of our Superpole riders.
As Sharpie rolls in, we'll wait then for our second rider out on track.
So it looks like our next rider out is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Looks like he's on his last season's bike. Don't think they've quite got the setup sorted on the new bike for the year, but he's out on Old Faithful.
He had a good day yesterday. We had a 3-way tie on points, and JD didn't win a race yesterday, but he was there or thereabouts all day. And the man from up there in Fife on the Contract Solutions, KTM, very much in the ascendancy yesterday when he found himself in some really good battles, but still hasn't managed to get the new bike up to the spec of the old one. And we do see this quite a lot where riders have a favoured machine and they go out and get something new to try and move the game on, and they struggle to get the feeling with it straight away. But Duncan then into this really difficult entry to that left-hand hairpin over our tabletop, not say running reverse direction. Scary landing on that. It's almost worse having the longer landing. And then off round up onto the top part of the circuit. This will get really slippery as the day goes on, as the dirt drags along the top. But it's Duncan then down into the pit straight underneath our commentary position with a 120.8 to beat then on that Contract Solutions Fat and Fast KTM, teammates with Richard Blakeman and Oliver Holmes, the other man from the Channel Islands, now living in Scotland. So here comes Duncan then to complete his Superpole lap. Does he go faster? He does indeed. 1:20.62, so just 0.1 of a second faster, but that's enough to bump into provisional pole. As we look then at the TM leads entry of the 17-year-old Alex Mullaney, who has been a revelation for me last year, and he's stepping up to be the designated team lead this today with the absence of Chris Hodgson. That TM, that's a purpose-built Supermoto race machine. Pushes the front out a little bit over that berm there, and just struggling to get the rear end to hook up. But it's in the tarmac that this TM really starts to stretch its legs as he makes his way into our tarmac off-road. On the gas. Nice landing down off that tabletop, absolutely millimetre perfect.
Smooth.
Nice up there, he gets on the power and you get just a little bit of a step out that concrete then. You've got a concrete to, or dirt to concrete to tarmac transition, and he just lit the rear up a little bit. Now past pit lane then. Really nice wheels in line, he got some insane lean angle on their telemetry yesterday according to team boss David A. Mastro, and he's really pleased with his crop of riders. Like I say, unfortunately we're going to be missing Chris Hodgson until at least round 2 as Mullaney comes round at Luna. And is he going to go faster?
So as we just wait for our timing screen to update, it looks like David Pearce is heading out. So it is not faster for Alex Mullaney. He has done a 1:20.915. So all within the 120s, but he's a tenth slower than Richard Sharp. So those little bobbles in the dirt probably cost him there.
So here we see then David Pearce, the man on the DCR, Husqvarna from the Isle of Man. He was the pace setter yesterday, and was on pole. And he's got the rear end right stepped out there. So if he's going to pull anything out the bag now, I will be absolutely amazed. The rear end, he does ride that bike. He's very much a guy that uses his weight over the rear tyre and pretty much straight arms it. Sits a long way back. He pulled out some stellar lap times yesterday. Very, very fast on the tarmac. Still pretty good in the off-road as well. But I think that mistake then in turn 1 is going to have definitely scuppered his chances of taking pole, and it might even see him start the race on the front of row 2 with 4 riders on the front row for our first race later on this afternoon. So across Coward Summit then. Flat out over there. I'll say knee down. And then into the right left at the end of pit lane. Again, lots of lean angle. But he almost runs past the corners, Danielle, and then squares them off and gets a big straight line run down the straights. He's line round Luna yesterday, but even get the front wheel in the air, changing direction.
Yeah, he was quick round Luna yesterday.
Yeah, foot off
see him
the
hanging
footrest.
off it.
Let's see what he managed to salvage.
He has gone pole, so he's done a 1:20.229.
I cannot believe that. He was all but off that bike in the first corner, and I was convinced that with how tight it's been at the top, there was no way that he was going to pull that back. As we saw yesterday, he's just absolutely railed on tarmac. So Jay Smith then on the Trips.uk KTM, the man from London. He's looks to have gelled with this KTM pretty much straight away. And again, another member of the Trips.uk team, with a guy that will be looking to try and win the championship for him, team boss Chris Walker. He had a good day yesterday and had a good qualification in this one, but didn't make Superpole. Not that we would have expected him to anyway, but he had a good day yesterday, returning from a quite serious injury at the tail end of last year, and he's invested quite heavily in this Trips.uk outfit for the 2024 season, so we appreciate that.
So far, it's looking like a very, very clean lap from the 33 of Jay Smith. He hasn't put a foot wrong so far. So watching him come down now onto the pit lane straight, heading into the corner just in front of our commentary box.
He is smooth, isn't he? But is he fast? And this is the thing. Sometimes, Jay, he doesn't look like he's got the speed, but it's the comfort that he always craved. And that bike does look very planted. Short shift in there, you can see, hooking a gear and another gear. It runs quite wide out onto the start-finish straight. And let's see what... is that enough? It's not. So Jay, just... but only just 0.15 off the back of the marksman, David Pearce. So Pearce then will... Pearce will take Superpole. He will start race 1 this afternoon from pole position. And we are really, really looking forward to seeing that.
So our front row will be the number 4 of David Pearce, alongside him the 33 of Jay Smith, the 7 of Jamie Duncan, and the 217 of Richard Sharp, with the number 100 of Alex Mullaney starting in 5th, just on that second row.
And there's our graphic to confirm that then. Pearce from Jay Smith, from Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp and Alex Mullaney. But only 0.7 of a second for the 0.7 of a second separating those guys from 1st to 5th. So that's how tight it's going to be. And we are very much looking forward to our racing later on this afternoon. We will be back with you for our main races later on, and obviously adjusted timings this afternoon because of the delay, but we will be back with an Academy race, one with our first race, and then we'll be C Group, B Group, A Group. I'm looking forward to seeing how all that pans out after how tight that qualification's been. Right, what's coming up next?
So up next we have our Academy riders who will be going out for race 1.
And our Academy riders then in the holding area. Pole sitter then, number 79 of Jackson Bennett, as they make their way out onto the circuit for this FF Solutions Limited Design and Build sponsored Academy class. So Bennett then taking a well-deserved pole position from last year's champion Archie Ormrod. And then Liam Pearson and Archie Reynolds will make up the rest of the front row. And then it will be the number 58 of Lily Rhodes, the 125 of Isabel Wingate, the 10 of Lucas Murch, and the 77 of Leon Tall on row 2. And then Ruby Booth, Cole Reynolds and Harris Tall will bring up row 3 as our starters. And get all these guys and girls ready. So Jackson Bennett then from Archie Ormrod, from Liam Pearson. So Jackson Bennett had a good day yesterday, qualified second and had a couple of good races, and he's definitely a rider that's on the up, I think, Danielle.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of these riders are now starting to really find their feet in this Academy class. They've been in it now for 1 or 2 years on these 85 machines. Most of which are on 85s. I think we still have Cole Reynolds, who's on a 65. You can see him there, rounding out our Academy class as they head into the off-road on them smaller. I think they are on 10 and 12 inch wheels. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So as the 125 of Belle Wingate. So both Belle Wingate and Lily Rose also whet their appetites a little bit yesterday with the bigger bikes. We saw them out on the 125 and 250F. They're now old enough to ride in that class, but that was all on tarmac. This is their first off-road of the weekend, and I think the Jackson Bennett is pretty decent on the off-road. That's where his lap time was coming from.
So yesterday, super impressed with both Lily Rhodes and Isabel Wingate for trying out the bigger bikes yesterday. I think a pair of them may have struggled slightly just getting used to sort of the height difference compared to their 85s, but they both did the off-road, they made it round, they did absolutely incredible. To move up to such sort of bigger bikes compared to racing their 85s. I know Belle said to me yesterday it was a bit of a shock getting used to riding the 85 again. She leant the bike over and realised her knee was already on the ground and that I had to put it out.
Yes, so they did actually ride the off-road yesterday, our 85 class. They ran a tarmac only one, so those two then be interesting to see how they adapt back to their what was their normal machinery. But Jackson Bennett then And there he is in shot on the number 75, Dad Peter, one of our elite riders, and our Riders' Rider of the Year for 2023. After a stellar performance at the final round here, saw him get a podium place. And again, he's ridden pretty well all season, and that's his youngest son there, Jackson, sitting on pole. The DCR Husqvarna then of Archie Ormrod, our 2023 champion, there in second. Third place is the 150 of Liam Pearson, and then on the outside of the front row, the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on the TM Leeds 85cc machine. As we wait then for the green flag, and we will get underway with our first Academy race of the day. Our last two riders appear on the grid, and we'll get the green flag from Kirk, and Andy will point to the lights, and we will be underway with our first on-track action for our Academy class. Away they go. Oh, stall in the back there for the number 10, I think, then, of...
that was Lucas Merch there, just stalling it off the start.
Oh, it's tight into turn 1, and it looks like Ormrod has got the whole shot. They make their way into the off-road for the first time. Really difficult on these small wheels. It's the 86 of Ruby Booth. The race leader then inching their way out of the off-road, and it's hard to say. The bigger bikes really do chew this off-road up. You see them making their way out.
I think one bonus we have today is the off-road section is a little bit drier, so hopefully it won't rust up quite as deep as it did yesterday. So it should be slightly easier on these smaller wheels. But Archie Ormrod there out in front, not managing to break away from Jackson Bennett just yet, or Liam Pearson, who follows in third. Then we have Archie Reynolds in fourth, followed by the 56 of Lily Rhodes.
So Lily then, sole member of the Rhodes family racing this weekend now, because brother Max qualified yesterday on pole and then crashed and broke a collarbone, which was a bit remiss of him, and Dad Paul hobbling round after an injury sustained in a pre-season testing accident. So down to one rider in the RWJ, or certainly the Rhodes bit of the RWJ team. But then Ormrod then getting all the pressure as they come round Luna on the first lap from Bennett. They've already started to break away from the 150 gas of Liam Pearson, and this is what we saw yesterday, as well as some really close racing. Jackson Bennett had a problem on the line, I think, in one of the races, which kind of scuppered his overall result, but he was able to run the pace of Archie Ormrod and made him work for it, as the DCR Husky then, you just see, gets the small wheels into the ruts. It's easy to say try not to follow, but when you go offline and it's loose stones, it's really easy to go down, and then the transitions onto the tarmac, that's always where it's easiest to fall off as the dirt drags on. Oh, struggle to get out of this corner. It feels like it's the most uphill turn of the in the whole world, and there's not actually that much. I can't make my mind up which way round, but it's not nice going uphill, but it's even worse coming down onto it. But this off-road section, again, virtually bone dry. We did see the grass here is actually sodden. If you walk on any of the grass around the outside of the circuit, you will sink in 2 or 3 inches. But the tarmac and the excellently prepared off-road by the Tricks team and the rest of the crew, really making it excellent for racing here this weekend.
Ormrod's breaking away ever so slightly. I know he prefers the off-road here on these circuits where we've got a larger off-road section. Looks like Jackson was able to gain a little bit on the last lap heading around Luna, so we'll see if he can make that time up again. We'll see what the gap is as they head over the start finish.
Ormrod did have a little bit of a moment as he came onto the Rogerson straight, just lit the rear up a little bit, and that will have maybe just given him a little bit of a wobble.
Yeah,
you're thinking about the grip levels. Although we've got reasonable sunshine here, it's not particularly hot, although obviously hot is such a relative term when we're talking about Easter in the UK. But it's a dry, clear day, but not a lot of track temperature out there to be had. And it's not losing out too much in the off-road. He's definitely a little bit closer.
Yeah, there was only half a second between them across the line, so it looks like he's definitely keeping the pressure on Ormrod as they head up to our tarmac off-road. Front wheel lifting ever so slightly there. It looks like we've got a rider down there in the off-road section, just trying to make out who that is.
Can't see yet.
Looks like the 77 of Leon Tall that's just gone down there in that loose
Right, yeah, so they're actually pitted next to us, part of the racing and cruising team with Ian Bremner and Oliver Ross. They've got a decent contingent down from north of the border, so good to see them out there. But again, both of those guys pretty small for their age, and they're just getting easy to get off balance. So Ormrod has just stretched it out a little bit as they come onto the Rogerson straight. Bennett can close that back in. He did actually show a turn of speed yesterday, whilst he didn't manage to show Ormrod a wheel anywhere, and the gap went out. He was able to close it back, and even in qualifying, I think that he did use the number 40 as a bit of a tow. He gets down behind the bars, then that straight is far faster than it looks on the TV. Bennett just dropping off a few bike lengths there.
So Ormrod are fastest on track, doing a 1:33.7. Jackson's last lap there was a 1:34.28, so that is his fastest lap so far. But it looks like Ormrod's also done his fastest, so that gap stretching out ever so slightly, but they do bunch back up when they reach this off-road.
Yeah, I think it's obviously the slower speed makes the gap look a little bit shorter, but Bennett he's keeping him honest, isn't he? He's not... Ormrod's not thinking he's got this one by any stretch of the imagination, and if Bennett can just keep having a bit of a run on this tarmac section, this is where it seemed to gap out just a little bit on the last lap, where Bennett made a mistake. As we look at the 1:25 of Bell Wingate.
Yeah, Bell making her way through the off-road. On the smaller bikes, they could get a toe to the floor. I think that's what they struggled with slightly yesterday, just trying out those bigger bikes, but fair play for them for sticking at it. I can't remember how many times I wouldn't call them crashes, but just little fallings off.
They were just struggling with the ground clearance, or should I say the excess of ground clearance on the bigger bikes compared to the smaller one. But they're both girls that have shown a really good turn of speed on these 85s, and it will just be a matter of time as they start to grow a little bit taller and grow into the bikes that the speed and the confidence will come. But here we are then. So Bennett still, he's not given up yet. Look at that's young Cole Reynolds then. So that's the younger brother of Archie out there in on the 65cc Automotive Solutions Husky.
You can see there.
Bennett ain't give this up, has he? I am impressed with Jackson Bennett, although he does make a bit of a mistake there. Got a rider down, yellow flag.
Yeah, that looks like Cole.
That's Cole, wasn't it?
Had a little bit of a bobble there.
Just got into the loose dirt, but a race leader then. Archie Ormrod getting all sorts of attention then from the number 79. That's at black and gold 85cc Husqvarna off Jackson Bennett. The DCR Husky there, the number 40 of Ormrod. Steve had him out on I think on a 125 road race bike over the winter as well. So they've got obviously looking at getting into road racing at some point. This is a great step to that without the expense of all of the mini bike paraphernalia. You just get a motocross bike and bang a set of wheels in it.
Jackson's definitely looking closer now as they head down towards Luna. I feel like he might be trying to make a move at the end of this straight if he can get close enough and keep with him as they head round.
He's not a chance taker, Jackson Bennett. He makes calculated moves, and I saw him make a load of good passes yesterday, but none of them were anything like dodgy. Last lap flag out then as they passed Kirk, so last lap for these guys and girls. Ormrod still doing just what he needs to do. He's just got to try and get himself through here, but Bennett keeping the pressure on. Ormrod knows he's not got to miss any lines. Just push the front out of these berms or any of the ruts, and Bennett will be there. Amazing how when you actually stand by the side of the track and watch the riders go through here, it's like, it's very, very intense. It has no level of that when you watch it on the screen. But as we motor across the ruts, you've got to get them now bang on, and if you don't, you're in trouble. And it managed to get through, he did. So this is going to be the last chance then.
Is that Liam Pearson who's gone down in the off-road? He's rejoined, so hopefully he hasn't lost too much of position. It looked like he's potentially lost a position to both Archie Reynolds and Lily Rhodes there.
So Bennett then having to run down the pit lane. There's like 5 or 6 bike lengths between them as they come past us for the final time. And Bennett is, like I say, he's not going to suddenly find a second a lap, but he's definitely kept Archie Ormrod on his toes for the whole of this race.
He has actually put in the fastest lap as well, so he's got down to a 1:33.2.
Oh, a missed gear from Ormrod. Ormrod looks over his shoulder. It's going to be a lot closer than it should have been. Oh, Ormrod missed a gear. 0.3 of a second then across the line. Archie Reynolds then will take 3rd position. 4th will be Lily Rhodes. And that cut fall for Liam Pearson did indeed drop him to 5th. So this is Archie Reynolds coming across the line in 3rd position. So a decent outing for him on the TM Leeds 85cc bike. Top 3 on the for the first time I'm asking. He'll be pleased with that. And Lily Rhodes and Liam Pearson come across the line.
And that looked like the 77 of Leon Tall also making his way through, as we wait to see where Liam Pearson has made his way back to.
But yeah, fastest lap then from the number 79 of Jackson Bennett. So he'll know he needs a start. He's got the pace.
Yeah, it was definitely close from both of those two for the entire race. Jackson Bennett keeping Archie very, very honest there, keeping the pressure on for the entirety of that race. But we'll now get ready for our Group C riders to make their way out onto the track.
So here they go then, our Group C. This is our novice riders then. Brought to you by Contract Solutions. That's the engineering company that's run by Jamie Duncan, his dad Rab up there in Cooper in Fife. Produce exceedingly good aerospace quality components. I'm an engineer myself, and the stuff that he posts on his YouTube channel and on his company website, certainly the top level manufacturing, and also part of the business there is the pinned brand of mountain bike equipment, pedals and cranks and all that sort of stuff. So there is our podium then for our first Academy race. Our winners then in the centre then, the number 40 of Archie Ormrod, 2nd place Jackson Bennett, and 3rd place Archie Reynolds. There's Jason Slater then on the Trips.uk KTM, leads them away on the warm-up lap. Duncan right there in 2nd. The 619 of Brett Barlow. So Brett, a new rider to us, done a bit of motocross, but he's part of the Bathmate team. He's the better half of your compatriot Jess Mitchell in the Ladies Championships, who's Brett out there after being Spannerman last year for Jess. He's now got himself a bike, and he had a decent day yesterday. And he's there on the front row of the grid on the 619. Neil Craiston, then the D3 KTM owner from up there in Cumbria. He's there on the outside of the front row. Then Dan Spencer, Max Batty, Andy Hayes, and the youngster Ollie Sims on row 2. And it's Farron Young, Noah Guillory, Simon Wadsworth, our Technative rider, and Trips.uk man now, who's part of our TV live stream crew, and John Oakes on the Bathmate Stark. So Jono out on the electric bike, and it's Gavin Scaife, Andy Goodsall, Kev Crowler's another new rider to us, Philip Rigg, Sean Jones, Tommy Sayer, Mark Adamson, and Peter Wadsworth. And it is a full grid of these guys, so I think we've got, there is more than that. But they're out on their warm-up lap at the moment. There's number 51 of Jason Slater then. Duncan Wright, he had a good end to the year last year, started off in this class and then made his way up into the Bs. But as we see every year, the first meeting always one that the level seems to have gone up a little bit, and he will be looking at trying to check out at the front of this one and make his way up into our B group race, which will obviously follow this one. So Slater then on the number 51 Trips.uk KTM.
See him there, just popping on that whole shot device. So again there, Duncan also popping his on. So that just holds the front end down as they set off to try and prevent them wheeling, try and get the power down.
Well, this found its way into MotoGP fairly quickly. As we see Barlow there in the... seems like half the Bathmate team is riding in ex-Andy Mitchell leather, so I dread to think how many races they've won round here. But yeah, Barlow, he was very nervous with the starts. So he'd done a bit of motocross, I think. And the 73 there, Ollie Sims, we can see through the gap on the white bike. He's come off an 85cc Kawasaki, and he did pretty well yesterday. He's qualified in 8th position. Dan Spencer there, 2:36 on road 2. As we just wait for the last few to come to under starters orders for this first Contract Solutions British Supermoto C race. And Slater then, he's an experienced man. He's been around a long while. I'm expecting to get away. Away he goes. Let's see whether it's him or Wright. It's Slater. No, it's going to be Duncan Wright on the 111 that leads him into the first turn. That looks so short down that start straight from that camera angle, but they've got a proper rip on down there.
It looks like everyone has made it through the first turn. It looks like we may have a faller just before the off-road. Can't see who that is. There we go.
No, can't see what the numbers on that one, but everybody else gets it's all carnage in there. Tight as a tight thing. We saw, so you can see all the deep ruts, but this is where all the passing will be later on, as riders then try not to follow each other. As the 252 is Selby Trotter and Richard Sheen.
You can see there the 841 of May Chellis. She again raced yesterday. Another one of our women's championship riders.
I mean, in the background we can see Duncan Wright then up the off-road, and he's coming under pressure from the 51 of Jason Slater.
Yeah, them two looking like they've broken away at the front already. It didn't look like a great start for Brett Barlow, who started in third. It looked like he got swamped slightly, so we'll have to see where he's slotted in on this first lap.
Slater went well wide at the bottom of the hill there, just carried a little bit too much speed down the hill. Looks like Neil Crayston there, the boss of D3, KTM, in there in third position in the background. But it is the 111 of Duncan Wright on the KTM. Has a quick look over his shoulder. And at this point, you always want to know, well, have I got anybody breathing down my neck? Obviously, unlucky not to make the cut into our B group, but he'll be, if he keeps this up, then that's where he will start from the back of the grid. As we saw yesterday, it's not over till it's over, and this off-road section caught out so many riders. We've got another rider down in the off-road. I think that might be
Max Batty, I think, by the looks of it, off at Luna.
Yeah, not having a pad. He's just trying to knock the handguard down there so he can rejoin the race. It is indeed, is it the 333 of Max Batty? It is. And I say he's struggling to get back on the circuit. He's gone down quite late there, actually, because that's well on the way out of Luna. He's lit the rear up, but I would just say he's maybe just got nudged out onto the grass.
It looks like Duncan Wright's now pulled a little bit of a gap on Jason Slater. Can't actually see him in shot as they head up over Coward Summit.
So Wright then leads, and the rest of the field streams through. And number 6 of Dean Clark is another new rider to us. There's Barlow. Then he's
down in 12th by the looks of things, so it looks like he's had a tricky start.
But in fairness to him, first meeting really, and it's a lot different from doing track days with those starts, especially starting from the front row of the grid. But he's obviously got the lap time in him. He just needs to find his racecraft and find his tarmac legs, so to speak, and I'm sure that he'll be making his way up into the B group. But Wright it is that leads then, 128.8, fastest lap time so far for our race leader, unsurprisingly.
Looking a little bit further back in the field, it looks like Neil Crayston's under pressure from Andy Hayes. Just on lap times, there's not much of a gap between them.
See them in the background there on the dirt, Danielle, and it is a good battle.
There we've got the 95 of John Oakes, followed by Simon Wadsworth there, so he's keeping the pressure on as they head through the off-road. Good little gaggle there of riders, all really, really close to each other.
Not sure whether Jono's out there on the Stark or whether he's reverted back to his usual mount of a Honda. I know they were having had a couple of issues yesterday with the Stark, just not wanting to play ball, and then all of a sudden it did. But when it was running, it was going pretty well. Andy Mitchell had a good result on it yesterday, and we'll see how that goes later on.
Yeah, but it looks like he might be back on the Honda just from the quick look we had there.
There's Barlow again coming through. He is a unit, Brett, isn't he? He's a big lad.
And there is the 164 of Sean Jones on that new KTM machine for 2024.
Yeah, he's stepped up and put a bit of money into it. As we've seen a lot of people over the winter, bikes have filtered down through the groups. Our elite riders then have moved kit on and got themselves new stuff, and obviously the stuff from World and European Championship finds its way into the British paddock. Duncan Wright, I think, first saw him last year on an Michael Craig bike, and Michael back with us this season. We go back to second place there, Slater in second, so he's got a decent gap, and then here's the battle for third then in the box at the bottom. This is what we need to be following. So is that Crayston still from Andy Hayes and Dan Spencer?
Yeah, so 3 riders that have been riding for quite a number of years. Neil making a bit of a comeback to Supermoto and giving it a go this year. His son, who also races in the British Enduro and the World Super Enduro Championship. So Neil, definitely familiar with off-road, but also has a road bike and often goes and does track days at Alton Park. Yeah,
he's definitely a good enthusiast. And if for any of you up there in that part of the country, his KTM dealership in Kendal is an absolute beautiful place to go and spend lots of money on motorbikes. I've got 4 there. That's the 85.
That is Philip Rigg there. So another one of our newbies for this weekend.
No, he's gone down on the exit at turn 1, so he's just lit the rear up again. It's not the hottest of days, but race leader then coming down onto the start-finish straight. He's pretty much checked out at the front of this one to the tune of 7 seconds. And I think that says more about the fact that maybe Duncan Wright's not much of it, or didn't have a good run in qualifying. Wasn't able to get out there in the session early enough and put in a fast time to get him up into the B group. So he'll have to go through qualifying from this C group race to move up. I think
there may have been a change of position between 3rd and 4th, so it looks like Andy Hayes may have tried to get past Neil Crayston. So see if we can.
Are they going to manage to run down Jason Slater, I wonder? Slater, I've been a bit there. They are. So there it is. So Andy Hayes, Neil Crayston, and Dan Spencer in that bottom box. Being caught then also by the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, who by his own admission was really happy with how he rode on the tarmac and not so much how he rode on the dirt yesterday. But right then, race leader.
Looks like we got a Bathmate rider there just struggling. Can't see just who that was. Potentially John Oakes there stalling it in the off-road.
So Hayes then, he's managed to find his way past Crayston, and he'll be up to 3rd, which means he will start the next one. Oliver Sims then all over the back of Simon Wadsworth. But, race leader then Duncan Wright, at least the length of the Rogerson Straight, over 10 seconds away at the front of this one.
We've got battles all the way throughout this pack, so even down in 13th, it looks like there's a good battle going on there between Andrew Goodsill and Mark Adamson.
Last lap flag is out, Danielle. Last lap flag is out, so this is going to be a winner to canter then for Duncan Wright. And he is just moving into the off-road then. This first off-road section. Like I say, the ruts and berms will form up, and we'll see right then as he makes his way past the 252 of Selby Trotter.
Yeah, Selby there on his Bathmate Husqvarna, making his way through the off-road. But as Duncan now takes to the tarmac off-road for the final time of this race, smooth, heading up towards that last bit of off-road. Looks like he's coming up on a few more back markers as he heads towards Coward Summit. Again, another battle mid-pack there. It looks like that is Brett Barlow just trying to make a move on teammate Kevin Crowthers.
Oh yeah, so two pair of Andy Mitchell leathers there battling for the lower leaderboard positions in this one. But as your race leader then down past pit lane, he doesn't make any dives or anything down the inside of these slower riders. And again, this is very much our feeder class, people that are new to the sport that can ride in our give it a go class on a Saturday and then stay behind on a Sunday and take part in the full British Championship in this C group class. But it will be an easy win for Duncan Wright, and we'll see how he goes in the B group race a little later on this afternoon, because he was a rider that surprised me last year, got himself into some decent finishing positions, and I think he will have expected to have been better than that today.
So it is Duncan Wright that takes the checkered flag with a best lap of a 1:28.8. So I think you were right there, Phil, saying that he's probably had a little bit of a tricky qualifying there and not managed to get a lap together. So both him and Jason Slater will be moving up to the back of our B group for race 2, which means that we will have Andy Hayes on pole alongside Dan Spencer, Neil Crayson and Simon Wadsworth.
So yeah, Simon and Wadsworth then, part of our technical team who produced this TNL Sports live stream, and he's there part of the Trips.UK team. And again, a lot of the teams that operating in this championship cater for riders across all of the classes. Everybody pulls a bit of resource and everybody gets the same bits of kit, and it all looks nice in the paddock, and it just makes life easier. Instead of everybody having to have one of everything to come racing, you get a team set up, you have one tyre machine and a compressor and a few other bits and bobs. It just makes the job a lot easier. And obviously Chris Walker of our title sponsor Trips has always been fairly well set up, and there's 8 or 9 riders under that awning. We've got similar amount under Bathmate, similar amount under Automotive Solutions, and then a couple of other smaller teams with Racing and Cruising, the guys from north of the border there in Scotland, and also the TM Leeds outfit. That's a 3-rider team. And the RWJ team, that's mostly 85cc riders in there, as well as the parents as well. But our B group comes out onto the line then, leaving pit lane to take up their positions on the grid for their first race of the day.
So on pole, it looks like we have a number of our usual suspects in the A group in this race.
Yeah, this is going to be really tight. The Race IQ British Supermoto B Championship race. Race IQ then is a launching app that will basically allow you to do live timing for wherever you race, wherever you ride on your phone without the need for other equipment. So visit their website. That's launching soon. But Carl Eccleston then, the 255 Bathmate KTM, he had a good day yesterday. Seth Gibson there, second on the 188. He's on the ex-Jake Smith, ex-Mark Reiner Schmidt 450 Honda, and it's the number 3 AMF Husqvarna of Josh Jasper, and then the Fat and Fast Contract Solutions KTM of Oliver Holmes, the man from the Channel Islands, now resident in Guernsey. Now resident in Scotland, originally from Guernsey. And then the Stark of Andy Mitchell there on row 2. Unusual to see Andy in the B group, but it's very, very tight for qualification, and quite a small A group race to start with, so where they may have normally made the cut, not the case. Chris Eastwood then, number 110, making a return after injury. Darrell Pennington, number 24, Paul Baxter, not a rider that's known to me, but he looked very well turned out and very quick in qualifying this morning. Row 3 is Darren Lee, Chris Lambourne, Paul Reynolds and Simon Burgess. And then row 4 will be Luca Jennings, Jake Sayer, Craig Forshaw and James Wood. And then row 5, Keir Armstrong, Jamie Wrigglesworth, Stephen Booth, and the 154 of Brett Haley. Row 6, Blaine Pearson. I believe that Blaine's out there on the ex-Alex Mullaney Husky today. It certainly looked like that bodywork. Luke Hutchinson, number 56. 167 of Michael Craig, 43 of Ollie Ross, and bringing it up the rear of the grid is the 145 CF Motorsports Husqvarna of Luke Armitage. He's done well to make the B group then on his first attempt in the British Championship. First full season for him, an ex-motocrosser that's coming to have a go, but it'll be a tall order for him to break the top 10 from there. Brett Haley, then, one of our super vet riders. I can say that he's not in the flush of youth because neither am I, but he certainly still knows how to turn the throttle. So is your money going to be on this one, Danielle, do you think?
Oh, it's hard to say. I'd go with the 44 of Josh Jasper for this one. He's making a return back after a couple of nasty crashes last year. Back fit and fast, so hopefully he can put it together and make his way into the A group for race 2.
Kyle Eccleston had a good day yesterday, and he seems a little bit rejuvenated. He's always been fast enough, but just never managed. He always has a little bit of a moment or something that buries him in the pack. So let's see if he can get away. Here they go. Andy Mitchell then on the start, number 61, his teammate, not able to take the advantage. It is the 42 of Oliver Holmes then that leads him into the off-road for the first time. Then it's Eccleston, then it's Jasper, then it's Mitchell on the Bathmate Stark. Eastwood round the outside. These riders then, these are the ones that are going to start seeing them use the different lines in the off-road. Everybody fights their way through. It's the number 10, the Paul Reynolds. Everybody getting hooked up in there. All of our riders funneling through.
Looks like Carl Geary there just spinning the back wheel up on that KTM of his. Cannot get any grip on that loose off-road. But then we've got the 42 of Oliver Holmes still making his way up over to Coward Summit, closely followed by Kyle Eccleston.
So Eccleston will fancy himself for this one. He's got himself off the line, and he's done the hard work. He needs to push on now and chase down the number 42 of Oliver Holmes, already opening a gap up to third position. They come under the commentary box for the first time. Jasper third, Andy Mitchell in fourth. Oh!
Looks like Kyle there
Carl just spilled it. Whether he caught the curb or not. So the 255 of Eccleston. Obviously broken something there. Looks like he maybe took the clutch off that KTM.
So that's given the 42 of Oliver Holmes a little bit of breathing room as he backs it into turn 1. Now making his way towards the middle off-road section.
Eccleston trying to get that bike fired up just on the starter motor and bang it in gear. So that will put Jasper up to second. He's going to try and close down Andy Mitchell. Trying to close down Holmes with Andy Mitchell there in third. It looks like Gibson right there in fourth as well, the number 24.
Good to see Darren Lee back. He's on his Husqvarna today. He was racing an Evo KTM, I think it was a 540, before it had a few mechanical issues, so good to see him back.
Well, there's our race leader Holmes then, up onto the top part of the circuit. Andy Mitchell on the start, and Gibson, then the 110 of Chris Eastwood on that racing and cruising KTM. Another guy that's a 4-speed motocross bike, and he's struggling. Is the Bathmate replay, and we just see Eccleston as he goes in. Let's see what happens. Oh, we just lost the front and then the rear, and ended up on the floor. So the Bathmate rider, oh, he'll be annoyed at himself with that, but he was pushing on. He knew that he'd got good riders behind him, his teammate Andy Mitchell. He'd expected him to be coming as well, so you can't afford to hang around. But here he is then, Holmes into turn 1. 1:23.2, that's a decent lap time. Decent gap back to the battle for second. That's where we need to be concentrating, because it's a 3-rider battle then for that last qualification spot.
So unfortunately it doesn't look like Kyle Eccleston will be able to rejoin, so he has retired from this race, which means he'll be starting from the back of the Bs for race 2. So we'll see if we can see.
There's our battle then for second position. Josh Jasper has got all he can handle from Andy Mitchell on that Bathmate Stark as they come over the tabletop in the centre of the circuit.
Josh might not even know just how close Andy Mitchell is.
Well, he won't be able to hear him, that's a certainty.
Yeah, that's Stark. Incredibly quiet. You can hear the whistle of the motor, but obviously over the sound of his own race engine, he might struggle to actually know Andy's that close to him. So Josh needs to keep his head down. It looks like Andy's getting a bit of pressure there from the 188 of Seth Gibson.
But Gibson on the Honda, he looked really good yesterday. He adapted the lean off the inside riding style that Honda was kind of made for, but Jasper just starting to gap away. A little bit of a wobble from the number 44, and as you say, coming back from injury after a big off at Rara last year. So we can see the straight line speed of the start then. That Honda at the Gibson on is a fast bike. So you're going to try and ride around the outside of him. You're going to have to get up early to beat ride around Andy Mitchell like that.
I think he was trying to line it up so he'd be on the inside to go onto the dirt, but Andy not giving him an inch. So you can see how they've all bunched up again into this off-road section. Andy managing to control the power of that electric start as they then head off onto that transition between the two sections.
Well, that start can be 80 horsepower, but Andy finding that makes it very, very difficult to ride, and he's opting to ride it in a bit more of a gentle mode and make the battery last a bit longer. He's right on the back of Jasper now.
It looks like Seth Gibson's also coming under pressure from the 110 of Chris Eastwood. So he's trying to get in the mix for that position.
Oh, here we go then down the pit straight. On Race IQ, B Group race number 1. The pathmate Stark of Andy Mitchell doing everything that he can to try and find his way past Josh Jasper. We can see that Jasper then just pole-putting a little bit, just holding up mid-corner. And this is where, if Gibson's going to have a chance to have a run down the straight, but not got the straight line speed, tries to throw it in round the outside, but again, like I say, you've got to get up pretty early in the morning to ride around the outside of Andy Mitchell, round turn 1 at Three Sisters. And Andy said, at least I can't stall it in the dirt. Not had a lot of track time on this, but it's fully tricked out with Olin's forks, a Cobra front, double front disc on it, I believe, and a couple of other bits and bobs. Standard rear motocross shock on it, and then obviously some nice wheels and stuff. But so he's put a lot of effort into it, and always known as a rider that likes to do something a little bit different. Was one of the very few riders to even attempt to Supermoto a Kawasaki back in the day. Almost more famous for his exploits on the Dave Clark Huserberg, but the mathmate rider then trying everything he can to try and put a pass on the 44 AMF Husqvarna of Josh Jasper, but he just isn't close enough. Gibson's going to have a run down the inside. Oh, not quite close enough. Gibson will be he'll be fancying himself as an A group rider, and but just not able as he gets the run down the inside this time. Is he going to go try and throw it down the inside?
Oh, he is.
Or is he going to? He's going to blow the corner. Mitchell's going to try and come back. Gibson makes the pass.
Yeah, good clean move there from Seth Gibson on that Honda. He'll now be trying to chase down the 44 of Josh Jasper for that last position to move up into the A's for race 2.
Gibson then just getting ahead of himself a little bit on the bike. Struggling to keep the front wheel in that rut. Let's not forget that Oliver Holmes, then fastest man on track with the 123, is he into?
123.2.
Yeah, he's away at the front.
He's got about a 6.5 second gap on the 44 of Josh Jasper, so he's controlling the race quite happily. So he'll be comfortably moving up to the A's. So I think he's just about to come past our commentary box now. So about a straight's length in front. So
Gibson then has closed the gap to the number 44 of Josh Jasper. Not going to be many laps of this one left. As they make their way onto the Rogerson straight, that's where we saw Eccleston slide off early on in the race. And Gibson then, he's looking like he's going to have a go at Jasper, that 450 Honda. He said it's very, very fast. And he loves the handling. Last lap flag is out, then off at the side of the track. So last time by for these guys. Oliver Holmes then way out in front. And Jasper says this is the battle for second. This is the difference. There's our race leader, Holmes.
So Holmes controlled this race nicely. Led from start to almost finish now, I'd say.
There's the gap back to second, and it's a mile. It's pretty tight there as far as Gibson's concerned. Is he going to have a chance to have a run? He's not going to get a run down the start-finish straight because he's only that literally. He's got to make something happen between now and when they get into Luna. As our race leader then over the top of Cower Summit for the final time.
So we'll watch as Oliver Holmes takes this start-finish straight. See if we can see in the background that battle for second. Probably one of the last opportunities for Seth Gibson to try and make a move on the 44 of Josh Jasper. So Holmes there just taking a quick glance over his shoulder to see where that second place man is.
He started to throttle off a bit, but Jasper is still there in second in the background as they come into here. They come for the final time. They go picture in picture. Gibson's going to have a run on that Honda, but he's not going to make it, and he will just come up half a bike length short. But that was a good race. So the 42 of Oliver Holmes then on the fast KTM will take victory. Josh Jasper will finish second on the AMF Husqvarna. He will go up to the A group for race 2, and then it will be Seth Gibson, Andy Mitchell, Chris Eastwood, number 24 of Paul Baxter, not a rider that's known to me, but he looked very good out there earlier on a really nice fresh KTM. Looked like he knew what he was doing.
So I think Paul Baxter is one of our new riders that has previously raced mini bikes. So he's decided to make a move up onto the bigger bike. So he's on a KTM 450 SMR. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for him in race 2.
Yeah, he looked good this morning. I went out and had a wander around and looked at free practice and stuff, and I was like, oh, who's that? I've never seen him before. And there's Luke Armitage coming in. He's again another one of the new riders, another youngster. So
yeah, he had a great end of season last year, sort of found his feet on the tarmac a lot more. So I think he's previously come from motocross. We can see there the 255 of Kyle Eccleston having to push his bike back. So hopefully he can get that sorted for B race 2, where unfortunately he will be starting from the back of the grid.
As I said before, I'm going to be commentator's curse on him, but that's indicative of he just has a little bit of a tip off or something happens. And
I predicted Josh Jasper.
You did. He did quite well. So here is then the number 4, the DCR Husqvarna of David Pearce. Our British Supermoto A race brought to you by Sheen's Projects. Richard Sheen then, another one of our racers who's helping to support this championship, so appreciates everything that he does, and he's out there riding in the C group. As we look at Jake Smith then, getting a handshake from his new mechanic. I had a chat with him earlier on, but not somebody that I've seen in the pits before.
Yeah, so that's Ian. I think Ian used to do a bit of spannering for Jordan Bannon, so definitely familiar with how everything works for these A group riders. Right,
I knew I'd seen him before, and Jordan Bannon then, previous top lad. There's Paul Rhodes then, he's spannering for the number 79 of Peter Bennett. There's the 108 of Dean Hillier. He's the man that's responsible for a lot of the digger work on this track for us, along with Chris Walker and his guys that come here and help everybody out as the rest of the riders then file out onto the grid. Number 34 of Ian Bremner then, the Scotsman. He's there on the racing and cruising Husqvarna. And again, they've put a lot of time and effort in over the winter. The 55 of Jack Nation then, who was our clubman champion last year, I believe. 817 of Harley Sharp. And he's definitely stepped his game up as well, Harley Sharp, because it's the cut for the A group this in this race is quite high up, and he's still made the cut. So there is our grid then. It's Pearce, Smith, Duncan and Sharp on row 1. Row 2 is Mulaney, Blakeman, Williams and Bennett. And then it looks like it is Walker, Hillier, Bremner, Nation, and then Paul Groom and Harley Sharp. Paul Groom, now that's the guy, no disrespect to Paul because he is a good rider, but he's a guy that normally has to battle his way out of the B group, but he's made the A today. Again, another member of the Trips team, new bike that he's getting used to. There's the 817 of Harley Sharp. So father and son in this one. Dad Richard Rode really well yesterday. Just ended up on the floor a couple of times in this tricky off-road. I will say that it rides better the other way round than it does the way that we're doing today, but we've got to keep changing the tracks around.
Really? I'd say differently.
Yeah, but look,
I rode it this way last year and really enjoyed it.
You see, there's a difference between enjoyment and giving excitement for the commentator. So we're looking at it from different ways. But to be fair, whichever way we do it, it is still really, really good. But yesterday we saw so much action through the off-road section that for me it kind of made the day. So we will see. It's fair to say that the better the riders were, the more willing they were to go and try different lines and make room where there wasn't any, which always helps. But we saw David Pearce then on that number 4 Husqvarna railing the berms and definitely trying to go the long way round as he comes and brings that number 4 bike to stop at the start finish line, and we'll lock on his start device. Jay Smith then, number 33 there on the Trips.uk KTM. Like I say, an ex-Lucas Holback at MTR machine, and he has Franco Mollo, the boss of MTR, on hand this weekend to help him set that up. Chris Walker also on one of those as well. So we've got 6 Trips riders in this one. Then we've got Smith, Richard Sharp, Harley Sharp, Chris Walker, Paul Groom. I think that's 6, isn't it? Richard Blakeman there in the middle of row 2. As the flag waves, Andy will point at the lights, and we will be underway for the first of our British Championship races. Smith looks like he's got a good jump. Is he going to be able to run David Pearce down? He does, so Smith leads into turn 1. That was a great jump from the KTM man. Blakeman there in 4th, and here we see Jamie Duncan goes I1 and Hanson round the outside. The 94 of Lee Williams then returning to the championship, and the number 94 Husky, there's Mulaney trying to find his way round. Oh, has he gone down? Mulaney looked like he was footing his way down. He has.
Great move there from Harley Sharp round the outside. Made up a few positions there, so looks like he got up to around 11th just in one corner. So great move from him as we head back to our leader of the 33 of Jay Smith as he heads out off the up-road, still with the number 4 of David Pearce on his tail. Looks like Sharpie there just clipped that cone, so other riders have to keep an eye out for that. So we might have a waved yellow as they come off the off-road.
I don't think that, I think Sharpie clipped that because somebody else did, but we saw Mulaney footing his way through the off-road and he lost either the front or the rear of that TM Leeds 450 and went down. But here's race leader Jay Smith through down the Rogerson Straight for the first time. Closely followed by the number 4 of David Pearce. 3rd position then, the number 54 of Richard Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM. And then it's the, in the distance, just slightly back, the number 7 of Jamie Duncan on the Contract Solutions KTM. And then the last of our top 5 is the 217 Trips.uk Husqvarna of Richard Sharp. These guys are all going to close up. It's a big gap back then to looks like the 108 of Dean Elliott. So this is the lead group of 5. This is what we saw yesterday. And what we did see yesterday was the number 4 having to fight his way from the back of this group. But Smith just got a few bike lengths lead then, getting that bike to hook up a treat on that tarmac section of the off-road.
So it looks like Alex Mulaney has managed to make his way back to 13, so he's got a lot of ground to cover if he's going to try and catch back up to these lead guys.
It's simply not going to happen with the standard of the field. I expect him to get probably 8th will be as good as he can manage, but he has got some real good speed. But let's concentrate on the race at the front. Smith then past the end of pit lane onto the Rogerson Straight. Jamie Duncan then just getting sat up out of the seat there, and he looks like he's just closing the gap to Richard Blakeman. Blakeman was not really saying he was like out of it yesterday. He rode really, really well, but he was kind of unspectacular. Richard is usually the kind of rider that he has a bad day and you don't really see a lot of him, or you see a lot of him and he has a good day. But yesterday he had a good day, but I didn't see a lot of him. He was just sat there in 3rd, 4th, 5th, riding really, really well, not making any mistakes, and he felt like he had a decent day. He took advantage of other people's mistakes and was there to pick them up. pick up the pieces when they happened. And he's sat there in third position, and he'll be happy to be this close to David Pearce after 3 laps, because he was ridiculously fast yesterday. This layout maybe not favouring his style quite as much, but he has been a revelation. And yesterday, here he goes, just tries to put a move on Smith. There's no way you're going to pass anybody around there, but he's just letting him know that he's there as they come down the pit straight for the 4th time.
Yeah, that's a very, very fast part of this circuit, so it would have been a
the pass by Blakeman. Sorry, Danielle. So a little mistake there from David Pearce, and Blakeman all of a sudden went from being not noticed to putting his bike in the gap that wasn't there, and he's lifted up the Manxman. So from chasing for the lead, Pearce is now back to third as they come down the start-finish straight. He's going to run wide. Blakeman will come back under him. Oh, he can't quite get the power on.
Yeah, Pearce there returning the favour, getting right back up the inside of Richard Blakeman into that turn 1. So a 4-rider battle here, I'd say, for that 2nd place. So Jamie Duncan right there on the tail of Richard Blakeman as well.
This off-road section then for these guys working out really well, and although we saw just then that Blakeman had managed to find his way through, I won't say spoil the party for David Pearce. Pearce is straight back on the back of the race leader Jay Smith, so Smith not able to break away. Those 4 have started to gap the number 217 Trips.UK Husqvarna of Richard Sharp. So Sharpie not going to figure in the results of this one, and he's well enough to know that he's not got the pace to run with these guys, and he won't throw it up the track trying.
So far, our fastest man out on track is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, doing a 1:19.8, followed by his teammate Richard Blakeman, who did a 1:19.9 on that last lap. So these 2 guys definitely got the pace to be pushing for the front.
So here they come then down the start-finish straight. We saw Pearce managed to make a pass on Smith here yesterday. Smith missed a gear coming out onto the straight. He told me last night. I was commentating on the far side of the circuit, and he just looked like he did him on horsepower. But Jay just said he just fluffed a gear change earlier on in Luna, and that's killed his momentum. Jay's missed the berm, and all of a sudden he's gone back to 3rd. Just pushed the front wheel, and they're the situations you can't try and hook it back in, because you're just going to fall down. So a new race leader then, the number 4 of David Pearce. 2nd place then Richard Blakeman. So this is where we will see whether Pearce can pull the pin.
He's definitely got the pace for it. So on that last lap he did a 1:18.9. So with clear track he should be able to try and build himself a little bit of a buffer to the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So he'll now be trying to get his head down and pull away.
Well, Blakeman's not letting him off the hook yet. Richard always a rider that will he'll scrap. They come into Luna. You just say, well, change of direction there, Pearce, getting the front wheel off the ground, and you don't see really anybody else doing that. But this is where he absolutely monsters it down this straight. So fast round Luna. Blakeman's still there, Smith's still there. They're just dropping Jamie Duncan a fraction.
Yeah, Jamie there ready to pick up any pieces. So watching there as they all come through the off-road, they all look quite tidy through there this time. Jay not making the same mistake as the last lap.
That was unfortunate. Like I say, he just lost the front wheel on the way in, didn't get it in the rut, and as a result that just let him run wide, and both Blakeman and the number 4 of David Pearce needed no second invitation. So Pearce has already had a shot. He's gone. He's got to almost the length of that dirt section. He's already round over the top of Coward Summit and away. But it's the battle for second now. Can Smith fight his way past?
We saw there Alex Mullaney looks like he's got himself back to around 9th place there.
Smith fires it up the inside of Richard Blakeman there, Danielle. So Smith back to second. No, this is not done yet. Jamie Duncan, he was a bit like this yesterday. He sat in there, but he just chipped away and got passes made late on. But you can see that David Pearce then, what times has he done that time?
So David Pearce down to a 1:18.6. So about half a second quicker than any other person on track.
And Duncan then makes the pass on Blakeman as they go into turn 1. So now the Scotsman on the Contract Solutions Fountain Fast KTM overtakes his teammate, and he's looking at the back of number 33 of Jay Smith. As we mentioned earlier on, for those of you who didn't catch the Superpole broadcast, no Chris Hodgson today. Unfortunately, he crashed out yesterday, broke a collarbone on that TM Leeds 450 TM. After looking very good in practice and qualifying up till that point. Unfortunate for him, so he's away for the day. Hopefully we will see him back at the next round, and he'll have to come back and just bang the wins, and if he's got any hope of retaining his British Championship. But Smith then holds a tight line round there. Duncan then all over the back of him. All these three guys KTM mounted, but it is the Huskier David Pearce that leads. And he will come through shot there. He's just in the foreground. So again, we'll see if he manages to break into the 17s, which the last lap flag is out this time by. There's Kirk with the last lap. There's your race leader into the off-road for the final time. Smith in second. Duncan there, literally right on the back tyre of Jay Smith. Only takes a mistake from Smith. Duncan to bump into the back of him, and Blakeman could be back up to second here. But it doesn't look like he's going to make it happen. Duncan trying to get the drive. Trying to ride around the outside. He's going to cut back. Oh, not quite got the drive. Is he going to manage to run it down the inside of the Londoner? No, he's not. Bike length between them as they come over the top of Coward Summit for the final time. Jay's gone really defensive there. Is Duncan going to be able to run in wide and cut back under him down the Rogerson Straight? Here we go. Oh, Smith really tight out the turn. We go picture in picture to see our race leader then come over and take the checkered flag, but it's the battle for second that's keeping all the interest, and it looks like Smith's going to have done enough unless Duncan can get a run. So a race win for the number 4 of David Pearce on the DCR Husqvarna. Second place, the Trips.UK KTM of Jay Smith. Third place, the Contract Solutions KTM of Jamie Duncan. Fourth place across the line, the Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. Fifth place, Richard Sharp. Sixth place should be Dean Hillier. We wait for the timing to update. In fact, Alex Mullaney makes it back to an excellent 6th place. So the youngster Mullaney, he's had an excellent ride. It looks like Hillier went down on the final lap. Whether there was contact there, he was not particularly happy about that. So Bennett 7th, Harley Sharp 8th, Jack Nation 9th. Great 10th position for Paul Groom. Oh, it looks like we lost Hillier on the last lap. He is just riding in now, but that was fantastic. As we see then Jamie Duncan and the number 4 of David Pearce roll into pit lane, and the 33 of Jay Smith. We'll let them get sorted out down there, and we will go down to pit lane to talk to Danielle. But that was a cracking race. Jay Smith then, he's going to let that one get away with him just with that little mistake, but I feel that back in the day he'd have tried to hold that tight line and took the front. It was a little mistake over those kicker bumps as they went into the that second part of the off-road, and as a result he gave up the win for to David Pearce. But that was the first race then of our Supermoto A group, brought to you by Sheen's Projects. I'm expecting all these blokes to lift their bikes on the stands after after that as Danielle down there. So David Pearce then removes his helmet, and as you can see, the Manxman then is quite a slightly built guy. So Danielle down there in pit lane, and she can go whenever she's ready.
It's off, but in third we have the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. You left it a little bit late to do some of those passes.
A little bit, but I was running out of time. Another couple of laps, and I think I would have got Jay, but I got a bad start as usual. Made it hard for myself, and best I could do.
Yep, you made some good passes though. So the one on Richard, really good pass there. He did a really great pass on David Pearce, but I think that put a rocket up him to then get past Jay Smith.
Yeah, he did. Blakeman was giving it a good go anyway. I had a go at both of them. I thought something's going to happen here, but nah, it's what it is. So we've got another 2 to go. So
2 to go, and it's very early in the season, but you'll be starting on the front row for race 2. So I'll go and grab a word with Jay Smith. So, Jay? So second, you led for a fair bit of that race, but just didn't quite have it for the number 4 of David Pearce.
No, I made a little bit of a mistake in the dirt. People just keep shouting at me. They need to stop shouting at me. I lost concentration, but no, well comfortable. I'm going to win the next 2. Don't worry about that.
So you're definitely comfortable in the new KTM, you've gelled?
Brilliant. Fantastic bike. Just feels really smooth, planted, very powerful. Considering this is not my best sort of tight, twisty, loose, horrible dirt, it's I feel quite comfortable out there. It's good.
Yeah, fighting talk. So again, front row for race 2. So
right.
Good start.
Quite got the whole shot in that first race. So just really good, nice, usable power. And yeah, so we're doing really well. Good. Got a new mechanic, Ian, who's looking after me, and bike's looked after meticulously, and just real nice, relaxed atmosphere, and that's what the racing's all about.
Good to hear. So we'll grab a word with our race winner, David. Yeah. So you've come over and stolen championship points.
Yeah.
Are you planning on doing the rest of the season?
Yeah, we're going to do the rest. Well, if we can get over, because they're both so expensive, but we're going to try our best and do it. So.
Yeah, and that knee down style. So we saw Richard put a move on you just in front of our commentary box. It looked like that may have given you a bit of an eager go. You then put some good moves on Jay Smith there.
Yeah, my tyres weren't working too well at the start. They were a bit cold and they were sliding around, so I was just happy to sit there. And then he came on the inside of me and I was like, I better get going now. I'm going to have to stop pushing a bit, so I just went for it then and it was good. Yeah.
So for knee down style, you seem to be quick through the off-road as well.
Yeah, I used to do a bit of motocross back in the day, so that's translated quite well. And then I've done a bit of road racing as well, circuit racing, and it works really well around this track. So hopefully we can keep going. Yeah, seems good.
So we'll get ready for a little bit of a break. We've got our Bambinos currently out on circuit, so I'll throw back to Phil in our commentary box as we get ready to take a break.
Okay, cheers, Danielle. So that's our top 3 from the first of our A group races today. We will be back later on this afternoon, where we will run through what will be race 2 of our academy, which is, according to that schedule, will be 3 o'clock. Whether we get back to that timing, I don't know. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back with Supermoto Academy C group, B group, A group race 2. So join us for that. We will be back shortly.
For 36 years, the heart of a small Belgian town has raced to a different beat. Mette, a town where once a year, its serene streets transform into a battleground for Supermoto's elite. Champions from every corner of the globe converge, each vying for glory on these real-world roads. In 2023, Team Bathmate arrived with not one, not two, but 7 fierce competitors, each with one goal in mind: to claim their share of silverware and write a new chapter in Mette's storied superbiker legacy. Number 82, James Wood, seeking glory at his 6th Mette visit. 61. With a 3rd place finish last year, it's Mr. British Supermoto, Andy Mitchell. The man who's ridden across more continents than most people can name, Jamie Rigg, riding with number 98. And a relative newcomer, he started racing Supermoto in 2019. Kyle Eccleston, riding 255, is looking to continue his impressive rise through the Supermoto ranks. Number 817 is the young gun, Harley Sharp. With youth on his side and Supermoto in his blood, we're expecting big things. Harley's dad, Richard Sharp, riding with number 217 and with a 2nd place last year, he has a real chance at glory in the over 45s. The man that makes it all possible and chasing that elusive perfect team performance, team boss, John Oakes.
My name's Harley Sharp, ride for Team Bathmate. Got a 450 now and really enjoying it. My 3rd time here. The first time I came to watch, I was supporting my dad. Then 2nd time I gave it a little go, and this year, come back and doing a lot better this year.
My name's Andy Mitchell. We're here with Team Bathmate, Supermoto racing team. The biggest Supermoto race in the world, to be honest, I think. In my first event here at Mette was 2002. Made it through to the main event, which was awesome, finishing in the top 20 that year. The S1 GP guys are here as well, so we're all racing on the same track over 3 days in October.
Richard Sharp, 217, Team Bathmate. 2008 in the first time. It's the best Supermoto meeting in the world, really, so we all come to it and all have a good time. Obviously met the final, that's my main goal, and try and win the over 45s, which is my 2nd attempt this year.
James Wood, race number 82, and I ride for Team Bathmate. This is my 5th year. Originally it was on the main track down here, and then they brought it back and doing it on the street circuit. Andy got me into coming back to do it on the street circuit because he said it was brilliant, and it is. It's a mega event. Just the atmosphere, it's like something else. You know, you're racing on the road circuits with people that can reach over the barriers, cheer you on, and touch your helmet almost as they're going past. It's fantastic. I want to be in the top 25. Good to go from there.
qualified P3 for the heat race and finished P3. So, and then in the other 45s we are currently first in qualifying, so that's all good.
I'm just happy to make it to the semi-finals in my second year, and yeah, just quite really enjoy it and just have some fun now. Just see what happens. But yeah, I'm a bit nervous, but as soon as I start riding, I'll be fine. I've achieved my goal. I wanted to make the semi-finals, and yeah, achieved it today for the last chance. So very happy with that. And just enjoy tomorrow now. Ride down with pros.
Semi-final number 1, 13th on the grid, so hopefully top 16 go through, so we'll give it his best shot.
It's crossed. How you feeling?
Bit nervous, but yeah, I'm all right.
Team Bathmate guys back since 2016. We've been coming every year. We've got a few party games for Saturday night, so yeah, all looking good.
Said I'll be really happy with top 25, and I was being optimistic with that. Top 30 was really all I was expecting. Got a decent start, managed to sneak around the inside in turn 2, and then got shut down going up to the top end, and I got up to 22nd, and it's as good as I've ridden here in a long time. The bike was faultless. This is Mark Simmons, the man that's had my back for the last 21 years. Lorraine, for always being there and putting everything first for me. And also thanks to you guys doing a great job of the live stream for the British Championship. And now it's time just to go to the Bathmate party and wait for next year.
Richard Shaw! Yeah, I'm pleased with that, second overall. I would have liked first, obviously, but I kept with him all race, but just didn't have enough to get him, so second's good. Got a bit tired towards the end, but yeah. A couple of slides and that one I'll push him, but I mean, a lot of back markers which held us up, but yeah, good race, good result. Time for a beer.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, front brake faded out in the semi-final. Came to the end of the dirt section, there was no front brake. I wasn't going to get anywhere anyway. I went up to about 24th, saved the energy for the senior race. Just went out in the senior race then, got away with the front group. Then I thought I got a flat front tyre. Pulled over a couple of times, still blown up, still inflated. Wasn't wheel bearings. Everything looks okay now, we're back. So one of those. Had an amazing weekend, so that's all that matters. Take off there, that's it.
Welcome to episode 1.
Welcome back.
Roll up. It's episode 1 of the British Supermoto vlog.
Behind the scenes footage for when you're big and famous and people are like, I want to see the real him.
This is the real me. About with a cable. That's the real me. Welcome. Ready? I'm ready. Welcome to episode 1 of the Trips British Supermoto vlog. Behind me is my bike that I'm going to be riding for the whole 2024 season. I'm going to take you through all the details so you know exactly what I'll be campaigning. Hopefully it'll help you maybe get your bike ready for your race season. And if you're not bothered about that, just sit back and check out our shiny new livery. I'm going to turn around. No, I'm not going to try and say anything sensible. It's a vlog, so I can do it. As promised, I'm going to take you through the bike. I'm going to go the far side, you stay on that side, because the microphone will sound bad if I turn around. I'm rolling on a 16.5-inch front wheel. A lot of people prefer the 16, but if I get a 16-inch front wheel, I've got to buy one, so it's much cheaper to have the one that I've already got. Not got quick release front disc. I'm just on a standard floating disc, standard Brembo caliper, not got the twin brake setup. In here, we've just got some real grippy race EBC pads, which I'm hoping will just give it a bit more bite than the standard stuff and the kind of more motocross spec pads. Forks are stock at the moment, so they're air forks still, and then standard damping. Maybe I'll go for a nicer damping cartridge at some point, because obviously the suspension's pretty critical. A lot of people go for the spring conversion, but some pro riders ride with the air, so if it's good enough for them, it's definitely going to be good enough for me. Going down the bike, we've got a pro carbon guard at the bottom. It doesn't really do anything other than it's carbon fibre, so it's got to be good for half a second a lap. SP quick shifter, so it's this is the 2022 SMR 450, so it doesn't have the quick shifter built in, fortunately. Jason Slater, also teammate, it's my bike now, but it was his bike. He'd already put the SP quick shifter on it, so happy days. Other non-stock parts, there's not many of them, is the titanium foot pegs. They're super grippy, they're really nice. Obviously, it has been crashed. I let somebody ride it recently. I might be pointing the camera right now. First time she'd ever ridden a bike. So thanks for that, Rachel. Famous on the Trips vlog, because you crashed my bike the first time you had to go on it. Thanks. Yeah, they took it really well, so it looks like they're going to be a solid thing to have, because it may have a tendency to slide along the road. Standard rear shock. I've set the sag front and back to my settings, and we rode at Three Sisters, which you'll no doubt be treated to in this episode, where I crashed, Jason Slater crashed, Richard Sharp crashed because Jason Slater crashed into Richard Sharp, and Groomy got away scot-free, Chris got away scot-free, and so did Jay. So it's like half and half crashes. So things that I want to do to it, which I will try and do during the season, and then like give you an idea of what I've done, and like maybe a bit of how-to and stuff. But I would quite like to either put a thumb brake on here, or even move the clutch up, because it's got the quick shifter, and then have a rear brake on here, mountain bike style. Chassis-wise, I'd definitely just be thinking forks and shock for now. And I maybe put some more shiny stuff on it, like titanium bolts, because shiny's good. Episode 2 will be at the first round of the British Supermoto Championship. I'll give you a big walk round of the new awning, the new truck, and everybody's bikes, and of course, fill you in on the racing, and hopefully give you good news that I didn't come last. That's my bold goal. Don't come last.
Welded itself completely back together. That's the spindle. But look how it's welded itself to fork like. Yeah, I can see where. It ain't even any plane that now. Go back out with it, nice. Solid.
You're relying on that aluminium, which wears down like. Hello.
Are we not meant to be swearing on this?
You can swear as much as you want, then. It's up to Chris. I'll just either beep it out or leave it in, depending on whether he wants it.
I'll probably say that it's from being tight.
It's just going to be a long beep.
That's it. This film is.
We've had him cheap wheels.
Is that it?
It's way the spaces are designed. Alpinas required.
Which ones have you got? SM.
Nice, isn't it?
Anybody?
I'm well happy. Very grateful.
Was that 2 seconds? 2.5.
No, it feels really nice. It feels just such a big jump from the Honda, but in such a more positive way. Well, I struggled for about a year with that new Honda, trying to get it to feel anything like that. So that's very similar to the old Honda. It's just so stable and planted. Got lots of feeling in the front end. Just makes you want to go faster and faster, really. Nice.
Well, good.
Merry Christmas.
Sharp, Team Bathmate. Not anymore.
Alright, Team Fritz.
What are you going to achieve this year? Are you going to win the under 20? Is it under 21s?
We'll see. Need a bit more pace for that, but keeping the A groups, just keep making A groups, I'll be very happy with that. Staying safe and enjoying it.
Staying safe? How old are you?
17.
Staying safe.
No crashing.
We got potential clean sheet, you realise that?
Oh yeah, I'm clubman.
Under 21.
Under 21.
Novice.
Yeah.
Slater's novice. J Lee. Your dad over 45s?
Yeah.
And elite?
Yeah.
That'd be hard.
Impressive.
Chris Clubman?
I'm not sure.
Was he elite this year?
I think he might be elite. I'm not sure. I did top 2 from last year. I'm not sure.
Team of the year?
Definitely team of the year.
What are you stressed about?
Oh, that's not fun. Stressed. I still feel comfy.
You look comfy?
Comfy on my bike.
What's wrong with it?
No, it's me. Just me. No, it's on my mind. Just me. I'm back inside of him. And it stood him up and then the sun turned into me.
It's turned into you.
So we had a little roll about it, boy.
Well, she's bedded in now.
So we're saying it's Slater's fault?
Yeah. It was my fault. I'll tell you to the camera, it was my fault. I stood him up. Deliberate. Grooming came from other side of South Africa. Whoa! It weren't grooming's fault, it was just flying. It's fair play. Stood me up.
It was a stand-up domino.
Slid, and then I let off, and I'm just collecting Sharpie. So, just like I do every time I get anywhere near him on a bike or skis.
So you've crashed.
Yeah.
Sharpie's crashed. I've crashed.
Yours was quite a good one though.
Yeah, it was alright.
to be fair.
It was your fault.
Yeah, well, you see, I was still warming my tyres up as you come past, and I was like, that's why I'm not accelerating. And then I crashed the next lap.
I went along, and Harley were waving at me, so I looked at Harley, and he went, pointed, and I turned around, you were sharper, and he
It does make you jump though, doesn't it? It literally, something appears. I was just...
His face, he's like, no, doesn't it? That'll make me jump up. There we go.
Cuban heels.
challenging first test day. Front wheel bearings collapsed, which took the wheel spacer out, so that were 2 sessions missed. Not getting the feel that I want, but we're getting a ride. We're happy.
Yeah.
We're all good. Staying on. Brand new 24, that MCR swinging arm, JWR Olin suspension. Felt nice. With 16 front wheel, it feels better. A lot better.
Instead of 16 up.
Yeah. Turns in better. Always turn. So yeah.
You look like you were flying.
Enjoying it.
Slater said you were flying.
Sharpie went flying. Team building, that's what we've got.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Get them wheels sorted and put first round and all good, yeah. Don't tell Sam.
You mean you're getting free Alpinas? You're sponsored now?
Yeah,
that's right, yeah. Are you proud of your team for everybody except you and Groomy crashing?
Yeah, I did alright. I stayed on for a change.
Good bike, happy?
So stiff.
Much stiffer than your old one?
Yeah. What you say it's days gone on?
Does it feel more stable? Does it stiff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you got to push it harder.
It's planted.
It looks wicked. That's the important thing.
That's the thing. What's the bad, isn't it?
Look at it. So shiny. Are we going to have a clean sweep?
I don't even know what group I'm in yet.
Just want to say, the reason I've not spoken to the camera all day is because I can't speak. We had a very successful first day of testing, although I'm a broken man. Pete, riding the Race IQ bike, wherever it is, was nailing it. That'll be 1 and 2 in the Novice Championships in that case. Dreams. Trips bikes were sick, everybody rode really well. Groomy scared Slater, Slater killed Sharpie, and I just did it all myself. So yeah, it was a wicked day. We got 1 full day before the first round, and we got the Friday for testing. So yeah, hopefully the clean sweep is still on.
So welcome back then to Three Sisters here at Ashton in Makerfield in Wigan for round 3. For round 1 of the 2024 British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Trips.uk. We've got our second race of the day. I'm Phil G, alongside me, Danielle Koenig. Had some great racing so far, Danielle, and here we are with Academy Race 2 in the holding area.
Yep, some great racing from these guys this morning for race 1. It was Archie Ormrod who led from start to finish, so great start for the season for him. I'm sure that'll give him a nice little confidence boost after the off-season. You can see there Archie Reynolds on his TM Leeds machine. So our Supermoto Academy class is sponsored by FF Solutions Design and Build. So great help from those guys.
That's Jay Smith's company. So
yep.
Our front runner in the elite class doing his bit to support the stars of the future. There's a good race in this one. Archie Ormrod there, we can see on the DCR. Husqvarna with Jackson Bennett next to him, and just having a quick chat with Jackson in the break. And he knows he's got the speed. He's qualified fastest and had the fastest lap a couple of times, but he knows he's got to get the start to give Archie Ormrod a run for his money, and hopefully he'll be able to give him a challenge. Archie's the class of the field in this one. That is the 2023 champion, so he's there to be shot at, so to speak. And I'm sure that he will want a decent race. Number 56 there. That is Lily Rhodes. And just talking again to Dad Paul in the pits. Brother Max injured yesterday, so they'll be looking at getting him fixed up for the next race, hopefully. And Dad Peter Bennett there with a cup of coffee. Like I say, another guy that he's our Rider of the Year from last year. And Kyle is his other son. Not with us this year again racing, but I think he's like late teens, early 20s and stuff. And life gets in the way sometimes, I think. And
yeah.
But Kyle, a decent rider in his own right, but not racing with us certainly at this round. We usually see him at one or two of the local races to them at Teesside. But young Jackson then, there on that 79 RWJ Husqvarna. There is the TM Leeds bike of Archie Reynolds. And again the supporting Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney as well. He's part of that outfit. His dad Paul then, he's riding the ex-Chris Hodgson championship winning machine from last year. But third place in that first one then for Archie Reynolds, first time out on that bike, so he'll be pleased with that. Here is Lily Rhodes, and she was, we discussed earlier on, she was out on the big bikes yesterday, and a massive leap for them.
Yep,
to move up to the 125 and 250.
She did great yesterday, so she actually ended up placing in the Women's Championship. So she got a third place yesterday, so great ride from her, really consistent all day. So just taking it in her stride, that move up, but today back on that smaller 85 bike. So going for that Academy Championship this year.
The 150, Liam Pearson sat there and I think he ended up fifth in that one after a tip-off, as we just wait for one of our recovery vehicles to move off the track. But yeah, Archie Reynolds then on the TM there in the background. He'll be hoping to try and stay with this front two. But Archie Ormrod, DCR Husky there, and very much a polished performer now. Bike always looks great, and he's definitely got his head round this Supermoto lark.
Yep, so we're just waiting for those riders to be released for their warm-up lap. So as they sit and wait, I think they may have been doing some track changes just as we had super lights out prior to these guys going on track.
In fact, it is. Yeah. Carl will be coming back into pit lane. Does anybody know why we can hear somebody digging in our headsets? quite sure what's going on there. Somebody trying to dig a hole next to one of our lines. So the whistle blows, and away they go. Right, it's the off-road track repair. Yeah, we can hear that.
So we've got our Academy riders now taking to the track for their warm-up lap. So it looks like they will be going straight round. So they're doing their warm-up lap from the holding area, and then they will be gridded up. So this just gives the riders the opportunity to see if there's been any changes to the track, off-road especially. It gives them the opportunity to check out different lines. Sometimes you see the odd person bobble on the warm-up lap, which might seem quite amusing and a bit entertaining, but it's normally because they've tried something a bit different that they wouldn't normally try in a race, just to have a go. So for these riders, it's that last little bit of practice they can have. So you can see there, a few of them taking that outside line, whereas in the race they've nearly all been going inside.
Just having a chat with Jay Smith in the break, and as I said on commentary, I spoke to him and said that as he lost the front end in that off-road in the past, it was the kind of thing where I would expect him just to try and save it, but he said exactly that. He said, I knew that I just got a little bit offline on the way in, hit the bump and the front end bounced, and I knew there was no way that I was making the inside line, so I just committed to the outside and hoped that I weren't going to go down on the loose, and he stayed up. So unfortunately lost a little bit of time and ended up going back to third. Fought his way back to second, and as you saw in the post-race interview, Danielle, he was quite fired up for 2 wins in the next 2, but he's really going to have to ride out of his skin to put David Pearce under pressure, because he's been spectacular so far this weekend. But Smith, the sponsor of this company, the sponsor of this academy class, as Ormrod then just brings his number 40 DCR bike to the grid. If you can hear any sounds of a man with a spade in the background, it's actually they're just doing a little bit of maintenance in the off-road, which is right next to one of our static microphones. We're just trying to suss out who that is, but so just a little bit of the loose being moved out the way as our start devices get done. So front row then is the number 40 of Archie Ormrod, second at the 79 of Jackson Bennett. Then the TM leads number 5 of Archie Reynolds, and then the number 56 of Lily Rhodes. Row 2 will be the 150 of Liam Pearson. Then it is Ruby Booth, Isabel Wingate and Leon Tall. And then Harris Tall, Cole Reynolds and Lucas Murch. He's had a bit of a mare, Lucas Murch, because I think he snapped a chain yesterday. So I can't see the 150 out there, or the number 10 on the 150 Honda, unless that's him right down the back. Away they go. He's going to get the whole shot. It's not going to be Jackson Bennett. Is it going to be Archie Reynolds? Going to try and float around the outside. But no, it is Ormrod then that leads them into the off-road section for the first time.
So not a great start there for the 56 of Lily Road. She got swallowed up by the pack a fair bit. You can see her there slotting in just behind Ruby Booth as they make their way onto the off-road. 125 there of Belle Wingate taking that outside line.
It's a real struggle for these bikes on these small wheels to get through this off-road section, and they look like they're all managing. That's the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. There's our race leader then, already onto the tabletop. So it'll be interesting to see whether Jackson Bennett can force the pace from third position, or whether Archie Reynolds will get his finger out. In fact, the 150 of Liam Pearson then up to third. So Bennett gone backwards from that second place start. So he's going to need to get a bit of a move on then to put a challenge on our race leader then, the number 40, past pit lane for the first time. Track conditions are absolutely perfect with regards to being dry, but it is quite cold, even though we've got some nice bright sunlight. It's the track temperature is not where you would want it to be. Round Luna for the first time. It's a long corner. 2 days of riding here. You know you've been doing it the inside of your thigh. After 2 days, absolutely killing. But Reynolds then hanging on now. Big gap back to third already. And Reynolds looks like he's building on the result from the first race. Bennett's looking around the outside then of Liam Pearson. Comes around the centre of the dirt, but no time to be made there. And the other thing that you don't want to be doing is you don't want to be following, because if the rider you're following falls off, you end up going straight into his accident. Looks like Reynolds has lost quite a bit of time on our race leader Ormrod there. So we look at the 150 of Liam Pearson. There's our race leader, and indeed Reynolds has made a mistake because he's a lot closer to Pearson and Jackson Bennett. We're not expecting that they will be able to close that gap to our race leader.
So we can see there we've got Peter Bennett, dad of Jackson Bennett, stood watching there with two of our elite riders this weekend. So we've got Alex Mullaney and Harley Sharp. You can see them cheering them on as they come past pit lane.
Both Mullaney and Harley Sharp come through this class.
Jackson looking like he's going for a move up the inside, and it looks like he's made it stick.
Yeah, they just got that set up on the run onto the Rogerson straight, and got himself on the inside of Liam Pearson. So he's now going to see what lap time he can run. Now he's got a bit of clear track in front of him. Although, is he going to come back down the inside? Not quite, but that was close. Pearson almost clipped the back of the number 79 as they went into turn one.
So at the moment, Archie Ormrod in a bit of a league of his own. He's currently doing a 1:33.7, which is about 3 seconds quicker than the number 2 placed Archie Reynolds, who's doing a 1:36. So he's just extending that lead with only 4 laps to go.
Look over the shoulder then from the TM Leeds mounted Reynolds as he yellow flag there on the exit of the off-road, so we've got somebody tipped off. We'll try and see who that is. Bennett then starting to close the gap on Reynolds. We'll watch what that is next time. It was about 3.5 seconds across the line last time by. It doesn't look that far now. Looks like it was Liam Pearson that went down on the exit to the off-road.
Yeah, that gap is definitely closing now to the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. As we watch, we'll see what the difference is as they come across the line. Further back, it looks like Lily Rhodes has made her way past the 86 of Ruby Booth. So, good little battle going on there.
But Jackson Bennett definitely starting to close the gap. Down to 2.8 across the line, so 0.7 of a second. And you can bet that Reynolds will feel the pressure. Makes a little bit of a mistake and runs wide. And all of a sudden Bennett right on the back of the number 5 TM Leeds bike of Archie Reynolds. Say, Dad, Paul then, boss of Automotive Solutions that ran Chris Hodgson's on his Husqvarnas last year.
Yeah, we can see that looks like Liam Pearson there has slotted into around 5th place, so he's got Ruby Booth all over his tail as they head off the off-road section.
As Ruby put a pass on Lily Rhodes, I think she may well have done. While we were away just looking at the rest of the pack, it does look like Reynolds has started to get his finger out a little bit, because that gap was a lot closer than that when they were in the off-road, even with the foreshortening of the speed. Jackson Bennett was only a few bike lengths behind. And Reynolds will be interested to see what lap time Reynolds does this time by. The gap was 2.8 last time across the line.
So it looks like the gap between Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett is around 3.4 seconds. So it's not much. Only takes a mistake, especially with the off-road. It's quite easily done. You can see how close they get to each other through this middle off-road section.
Yeah. Not as close as he was the previous lap. Obviously, as they get back out onto the tarmac, the gap telescopes. Another look over the shoulder from Reynolds. Looking over your shoulder, one of those things that we used to get a hard time for, but so sometimes it's the lesser of two evils when you're trying hard when you don't need to. You think you've got somebody on your tail and you start making mistakes because you think you've got pressure that you haven't. And then the flip side of that is that you don't look behind you and you've got somebody all over you and you're riding like there's nobody there, leaving the door open. And they're just going to come up and catch one of our younger riders. Not sure who that one is.
I think that may be Harris Tall.
Difficult to see the number on that bike. Very, very small, because it's a very small bike.
Watching the riding style of Archie Reynolds around Luna, it looks very reminiscent of both Alex Mullaney and Chris Hodgson, with that feet-on style on those TMs. Very much like a mini version.
And this is the thing, Chris Hodgson, 18 times a champion, and is very, very much the centre of that team, but he's out passing on everything that he knows to both young Archie here and his young protege, Alex Mullaney, the next generation. I know that he runs some training schools through the season as well. Anybody who goes on them always comments on how
but out the
how
front,
much that helps them.
We have Archie Ormrod still with a sizable lead.
This is the last lap as well, Danielle. Did see the last lap flag out as they went across the line last time by. So this will be the final run down the off Coward Summit into the pit lane. And Ormrod has pretty much checked out at the front of this one. We've had some fantastic races from this academy class. The one at Teesside last year was one of the best races I've commentated in, but fair play to Archie Ormrod. He's gone away at the front of this one, and as a result will take his second victory of the day on the DCR Husky. Takes the checkered flag then. We'll try and see in the background, see who's going to come across the line in second position, and it is going to be Archie Reynolds who holds off Jackson Bennett. So that will be your top three for race 2 of our academy class.
So that looks like Lily Rhodes making her way round Luna. So good ride from Lily again there. Nice consistent ride as she takes the checkered flag.
I did not see Liam Pearson come across the line, but I can only assume that he was there in 4th position.
I think our timing may have gone down at our end, unfortunately. So we can't see lap times at the moment. So we'll try to get that back.
So the live timing is available on My Lap Speed Hive. You can get that on your mobile devices. As the number 77 then comes round, Leon Tall. Again, the youngster from Scotland. And we will finish in 8th position. Our final rider then out on track. I'm not sure whether that is... that's Ruby Booth. I think she went down on the last but one lap in the off-road section. I saw a yellow flag in the background and wasn't sure who it was, and I think that must have been Ruby that ended up just tipping off in the off-road, which is very, very easy to do. So that's our second academy race then, and in the holding area then our Supermoto C group. Andy Hayes then, the main man up at the circuit at Scarborough. Contract Solutions British Supermoto Group C race. Your teammate there, Andy Goodsall, making an appearance again today on his way back from injury.
Yeah, Andy had a new knee over winter, which has actually made him realise how bad his other knee is now. So he's after a second.
So our Academy podium guys there in the corner of shot there as we watch this sight lap then for our C group. And like I said, absolutely brilliant conditions here. Just a little bit of breeze, just keeping the clouds away. So Andy Hayes then, Dan Spencer and Neil Crayston. And it's the number 5 of
Simon Wadsworth.
Simon Wadsworth. So it's Brett Barlow. Hopefully he'll have a bit of a better run. That's the Academy grid, guys.
So our timing on screen looks like it was just showing our Academy riders there, unfortunately. So.
All right, so the timing issue that we're experiencing here drives our grid, unfortunately. So we've got a wonderful piece of software that reads out straight out of the live feed of our MyLapse timing, but because that is not playing ball at the minute, then our live grid update doesn't give us the things that we'll need. But we'll see them pull up on the grid soon enough, and we know who nearly all of them are going to be there, and the 240 of Neil Crayston. It's been a long while since we've seen Neil in the British Supermoto paddock, but nice to see him back. Yeah.
So we can see there Dan Spencer just sort of scrubbing the dirt off those tyres. So that's sort of why you see them weaving a little bit as they head towards their grid positions. But on pole, we have the 99 of Andy Hayes. Like you said, he is the director up at Oliver's Mount. He's also joined that RWJ racing team for 2024.
So there he is, sat on pole position then on the 236 of Dan Spencer, 240 of Neil Crayston, on the outside of the front row, Simon Wadsworth. Is that Ollie Sims sat there in 5th, or is he on the front of the 3rd row?
Looking, it looks like he's in 5th there to me.
I do have the result sheet in front of me because pieces of paper always come in handy. So Andy Hayes, Sims. So Sims then in 5th. So he's another one of our Academy riders that moved up. He competed on a Kawasaki last year. So Sims then from Farron Young, the 184. Kev Crowder's on the Bathmate Honda, and also his teammate Brett Barlow on the 2nd row. And then 3rd row is the 95 of John Oakes, the Bathmate team owner. So we wait for the flag as Andy points at the lights to get our 2nd C group race underway. Away they go. Well, good start from Andy Goodsall at the back, but is it going to be Crayston that leads? No, it is the 99 of Andy Hayes. Sweep round the outside from Brett Haley. I think that was in there as well.
I think that was Simon Wadsworth there, just pipping Andy Hayes into the dirt section. So we've got the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth. You can see them all filtering through here. It's quite tight. Yep, so there's Simon Wadsworth from Andy Hayes, Neil Crayston. It looks like Dan Spencer's stalled it and he's causing a bit of a traffic jam there. So
all sorts of Sean Jones getting caught up in that. And the rest of them come through. Like I say, these guys struggling through the off-road just because of the ruts that are in there.
Those riders that took the outside line, they're making a few positions up, thanks to Dan there.
Now our race leader then makes his way up the final dirt section. It is Simon Wadsworth on the number 5 KTM on Trips.uk. He's doing a full campaign of racing this year, having dabbled with pit bikes for a few seasons. The rest of the field streams through. You can see this dirt section absolutely perfectly dry now. So we look at John Oakes then, back out on his Honda, yellow flag in the background, but race leader then, Wadsworth down the Rogerson straight with Andy Hayes. Now both of these riders are knee-down style of guy. Andy Hayes, he's having a good level road racer in his day. So we'll see what he has to offer. I don't think his equipment is quite as new and spangly as that number 5 Trips.UK KTM.
So Andy does also have a lot of off-road experience on his side as well, racing rally bikes over in places like Morocco. So the off-road, I think this will be where he makes his time up on Simon Wadsworth. So you can see him struggling a little bit there. Andy there going around the outside, trying to find a way through. But Simon doing a good job of defending the inside there.
Neil Crayston's not out of this yet. He's also very much still in the race, and in fact, as it stands at the moment, he's the man on the move. We've got a yellow flag there in the background, not quite sure who that was there for, but here they go up into the off-road, and the number 99 will know that he's got to get close in the off-road, because Wadsworth is not giving him any time on the tarmac. He did say yesterday, I said to you earlier, Danielle, that he overlaid his onboard tarmac speed and with somebody else, and he was amazed to find that whilst his tarmac speed was pretty much on point, he was losing somewhere between 8 and 9 seconds a lap in the off-road, which is the difference between the good lads and the very good lads in this one. But round Luna then, Crayston is dropped back. So race leader then, Wadsworth across the line.
So it'll be the 99 of Andy Hayes now trying to line a move up into this off-road, I'd imagine. So he might try and take a different line. He may try inside, outside. So Simon there definitely taking the inside. I thought Andy may have tried to take the outside line there, but he didn't. So looks like he's just going to follow for now. Looks like Neil Crayston may have dropped off ever so slightly. Can't see him there in shot.
Well, that was a pass. That was the 73 of Ollie Sims making a move in the off-road. Oh, he's just tipped off and he's gone down. Gets run over by, I'm not sure whether that was Tommy So, not sure who that was that had nowhere to go. Once you're on top of somebody's bike, you can't really just stop there and park. So Sims then just falling foul of just being a little guy on a big bike. But back to the lead of the race, and it's still Wadsworth from Hayes as they make their way onto the Rogerson Straight.
So both these guys racing around Luna. Both there with that knee down style as they head out onto the start finish straight. It looks like we may have our timing back up, so we'll have a look at that. So trying to have a look now. It looks like the fastest man on track on that last lap was actually the 33 of Max Batty. So we saw him go down in race 1 on the exit of Luna. So he's been making a move, but we've got Simon Wadsworth now doing a 1:31.4 with only 0.7 separating both him and Andy Hayes as they cross the line on that last lap.
So live timing then pops back up, so everything that we've got that's driven from that should make its way back onto our screens at some point. But Wadsworth it is that leads then from Hayes. They've dropped the 2:40 now of Neil Crayston, who has been overhauled by Max Batty. So Andy Hayes will fancy a bit of this. He's a rugged little bloke, isn't he? And he loves his racing.
It's a very distinctive riding style. I think that's what we'd say. You can spot him a mile off.
I wouldn't argue with him. But here they come then down the Rogerson Straight. It'll be interesting to know whether Wadsworth knows how close he is, because there we go, a reappearance of our timing screen down the side there. Well, they come onto the start-finish straight. Still going to be a couple of laps to go in this one then. Our Contract Solutions C Group race. So is the 99, who are now our fastest rider on track. Is he going to try and do something different through this off-road? Is there anything there for him?
It looks like they're coming up into a little bit of traffic there. So that looks like the 841 of May Chalice there. So she's on the 108 of Dean Hillier's bike, just due to some mechanical problems with hers yesterday. But they got past her nice and smoothly, so it looks like Andy's there trying to show a wheel up the inside as they head across the tabletop.
There's not really a pass there, but showing it, this is where Andy needs to have a go. Round the outside and cut tight. He tried it before and lit the rear up. Oh, Wadsworth has a look. Is that going to be enough? It is. So Wadsworth looks over his shoulder and Hayes says thank you very much. And a great pass then for the lead. So Andy Hayes then on the 99 Husky. The RWJ bike with the Skittles graphics takes the lead then. Wadsworth just looked over his shoulder and that was all he needed. But Wadsworth's been really fast into this corner here. He's going to go back up the inside, or he thinks he is. Oh, that was a lot closer than it looked.
Yeah, Andy Hayes completely shutting the door on Wadsworth there.
So can Andy pull the pin and just put a little bit of time between himself and the number 5? Last lap flag is out then. Oh, rear end on the move. Wadsworth tries to come back on the inside.
Andy needs a clear run through this off-road section to try and use that off-road prowess to try and gain a little bit of a buffer as they head through. But Simon, again, on his back wheel.
Yeah, to be fair to Simon, he's not giving it up, is he?
Max Batty there.
Batty, yeah, I just saw him in the background. So Batty isn't out of this yet. This is certainly going to be make Max Batty's life a lot easier for the next one, assuming he doesn't make a pass at the end. Crayston's still there, you know. So these guys haven't got away at the front as much as I expected, as our race leader makes a bit of a haulix of that table top, and all of a sudden Wadsworth is right back on him, but I don't think he's going to have time. Andy Hayes worked hard to get the pass made, and he's not about to give that track position up on the final lap. So Wadsworth is really fast through here, and he's really fast down the Rogerson straight, so we'll swing wide here. He's going to go right now. He'll get on the gas hard and early, and he's going to come down the inside here. Here we go. Is he going to make it happen? He has. A brilliant pass from Wadsworth. Seen him do this half a dozen times yesterday with the riders not of the calibre of Andy Hayes, but that was a proper good pass.
Great pass for
and
Simon
Hayes wins.
There.
Hayes takes the victory. Wadsworth takes the victory. Hayes then just not quite having that bit on the last lap.
So it was Wadsworth from Hayes, from Batty, from Crayston, with Simon Wadsworth doing the fastest lap on that last lap with a 1:29.468. So he really did pull the pin when it mattered on that last lap.
That was a great pass.
So we'll keep an eye out. So it looks like Farron Young has come in 5th place from Gavin Skaith, Dan Spencer, Kevin Crothers, Noah Guillory, Tommy Sayer and Mark Adamson.
Yeah, trying to do too many things at once there. So Wadsworth then, a massive master pass into Luna on the final circuit, nicking the win from Andy Hayes. Those two will go up to the B group anyway, so whilst they were racing each other for the honours of the victory, both of those guys are going to find themselves on the back row of the B group for the final race of the day, as we wait for the last few riders to come through. That's the looks like that's maybe Richard Sheen coming across the line. He's finishing just behind.
Just looking, it looks like the 714 of Andrew Goodsill has either had a bit of a nightmare on that last lap. It looks like I can see his bike potentially over on the off-road. A few riders over there. So just looking at our timing screen, I think that might be May Chalice and Andrew Goodsill. So both riders up and okay, but unfortunately just dropped back down on our timing screen. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they're both up and okay. There'll be a little delay while we get them off the circuit. So there we go. Andy Mitchell then.
So here we have our Supermoto B riders. So waving there, we've got the 110 of Chris Eastwood, who's currently on a 450 SXF motocross bike. So 4-speed gearbox. One of our riders that was very commonly in the A race last season, but unfortunately not there today. There we've got the 741 of Darren Lee on his Husqvarna, the SMD Husqvarna. I think you need to make sure that you know what bike Craig Forshaw's on. I've seen a few few comments.
Yeah,
it's definitely a Honda.
Definitely a Honda.
Definitely a Honda.
But if you're going to have this team where you've got everybody on the same bike bar for one and they're all the same colour, that looks like the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth there. So we wait for these riding, the 82 of James Wood. There is Craig Forshaw on the Automotive Solutions Honda alongside team boss Paul Reynolds on the the ex-Chris Hodgson. It's obviously Becker's bike, but Hodgson rode it to victory in the championship last year. Forshaw out there on a new tyre as they go to the grid for race 2 of our B group. We will see the unfortunate Carl Eccleston will bring up the rear of the grid. He snapped the clutch lever off, absolutely flush, and he will be on the back row of the grid with Duncan Wright and Jason Slater, who came up from the C Group race earlier on. Yeah, no worries, I've got the paper sheets here. So Andy Mitchell then, as we look at our first, second and third place riders in that C Group, then win for Simon Wadsworth, second.
We had
place.
Andy Hayes and then third Max Batty. So good recovery ride from Max Batty there, from starting at the back for that race 2. So great ride from them.
I now know what Max Batty looks like with his helmet off. But I've seen him walking around the pitch and not in his leathers, and no idea who he is. And then you see him in his kit and you know who he is. So now I know. But yeah, Simon will be happy with that. Yes, he is number 1. They put a lot of work into this this live stream, and as enjoyable as it is to do the live stream, he's having double the fun out there racing as well.
See there the 51 of Jason Slater. So we'll be looking out for the 255 of Kyle Eccleston in this one. We saw him have to retire from race 1 after losing it in front of our commentary box, so he will be starting from the back. See him there as he's just passed us, so we'll keep an eye out to see where he finishes in this one.
211 of Chris Lambourne then, he rolls in on the Trips.UK Husqvarna. At pole position is the 188 LWJ Honda of Seth Gibson. He broke a clutch cable in that one, so he was riding without a clutch, which is very difficult in that off-road. The number 61 Stark of Andy Mitchell, the Bathmate start there, second on the grid, third on the grid the 110 of Chris Eastwood, and fourth then the number 24 of Paul Baxter. So that's his first front row start as we wait for everybody to get into line. Then it's Pennington, Darren Lee, Reynolds and Forshaw on row 2, Lambourne, Wood, Sayer and Jamie Wrigglesworth on row 3. Red flag then points to the lights and are under starters orders for race 2. Watch Mitchell. Away he goes, that electric start then as he got the gas down the straight. Absolutely go away like a scolded cat. Eastwood there in second. If you wanted a better kind of contrast, you've got the latest state-of-the-art Stark electric bike there in front, and then Chris Eastwood on the 10-year-old 4-speed motocross KTM from Racing and Cruising. And we'll see who comes out on top of this one, but here's Mitchell that leads then. I can use the line that I've been wanting to use all weekend. Andy Mitchell on a charge on the Stark. I'm here all week, and we've had a giggle about that in the paddock, but it's good to see Andy getting some coverage, because he's a guy that's there or thereabouts in the A group all the time, and we very rarely get to see him on the coverage, but we got a lot of him on the first race, and here he is leading race 2 then. Interested to see what happened to Seth Gibson. He does not look like he's there in third, but he's definitely there in fourth as Mitchell comes underneath our commentary box, and he's just starting to gap away a little, but he's got to manage that electric bike, manage the battery. There's Gibson behind the number 24 off Paul Baxter as they make their way into Luna. And Baxter then mini bike background.
Looks like Seth Gibson was getting the run on him out of Luna, so we'll see if we can. But he's still Baxter in front into turn one as they now head towards the off-road section. Seth there trying to line a move up on the inside, but not quite enough room.
And that's that bike that Eastwood is on. Again, only a 4-speed gearbox, so he's really hampered. Got a really tall first gear to manage through this dirt section. Oh, we've got a bit of carnage there.
So that looks like Jamie Wrigglesworth and Craig Forshaw.
It is, not quite sure what happened there. Duncan Wright in there as well. Jason Slater, so Rig all the way to the back. But race leader Andy Mitchell already outside. Then it's Eastwood. Baxter then, he's managed to put a lot of time into Seth Gibson. So Gibson then falling off the back of this battle at the front, but it is Andy Mitchell, the godfather of British Supermoto. He's been racing as long as I have, and at a far more successful level. He started in 2001 and been a national champion in his time. And, a top 10 finish at Mete as well once, very, very early on in his career. And he's away on that Bathmate Stark Varg electric bike. The gap at the front then, 1.7 seconds. 1:24, the fastest lap so far for Andy, but the fastest man on track is it Paul Baxter?
It's Paul Baxter, who's just done a 1:23.8, so he's making a charge on that KTM machine.
Darryl Pennington coming into shot on the 666 Automotive Solutions KTM. He's starting to close upon Gibson, who is now back on the back of Baxter after falling away on the previous lap. So yeah, Andy Mitchell will managing a lead. He's got to make sure that he manages the power on that electric bike. I'm very impressed with Baxter. He looks very racy.
Yeah, especially through that off-road. So with having a pit bike background, I sort of expected him to be using that knee down style and favour the tarmac, but he doesn't look like he's losing any time in our off-road sections here.
But Mitchell then onto the Rogerson straight as we look at the battle between Gibson and Baxter.
So Andy looking smooth on that Stark with instant power and instant torque at his disposal there. And it looks like Seth again trying to get up the inside alongside Baxter, but not quite able to get him on the brakes.
These mini bike boys are good on the brakes. They're kings of corner speed, as the sun really is breaking through now. But Mitchell looks like he's getting caught a little bit, just the foreshortening of the gap in this slower off-road section. You can see these guys bouncing through. Oh, Gibson made a right mess there, nearly went down. Both feet off the footrests. Pennington not able to get back on terms. And there's a decent gap back then to the number 10 of teammate Paul Reynolds. And it's Darren Lee, Luca Jennings, Eccleston up to 9th there, Danielle. So Kyle Eccleston has got an absolute wriggle on. He'll start on the second row of the grid, providing he doesn't have any more issues. But Eastwood then into the pit turn. The gap to Mitchell looks set at about 2 seconds. This last lap flag cannot come out fast enough for number 61, the man from Wakefield. Wins the award for having the most pairs of leathers out on circuit at the same time, with half of his team being similarly built and attired in Andy's old leathers.
Seth again trying to get alongside Paul Baxter. It looks like he's going for a move up the inside. Can he make it stick? So Paul trying to get back at him, but looks like he's managed to get it stopped as they now head into the off-road with Seth from Paul Baxter. Seth now needs to just keep it together as they head through this off-road. We saw him getting a little bit squirrely on the last lap.
I'm not expecting Seth Gibson to be able to run down Chris Eastwood on equal machinery, but with Eastwood being on that 4-speed KTM and that ex-Mark Reiner Schmidt Honda underneath Gibson, the gap in the thing will got another tumble in the off-road.
I think that might be Kyle Eccleston, so he's having an absolute nightmare of a day so far.
Oh, he's back behind 4 short.
So I think that he just pulled in behind Michael Craig there.
Oh, he was trying to make something happen. And so we look at the 155 Chris Walker then. He's in the holding area waiting for his race. He's ridden really, really well this weekend. He'll be out in our A group race very shortly. But Mitchell then holding steady at the front of this B group race. He will actually have a little bit more time to recharge that Stark Varg between races if he can finish in the top 2 here. We're going to get the last lap flag this time by. No, we are not. So another circuit. Lots of trickery on that start, regenerative braking and or regenerative power and stuff like that you can use. And Andy's saying that it's just taken a lot of work to try and find an ideal setting that can give him the power that he needs, that he can keep for the duration of the race. But they're working on both of those bikes. John Oates got one as well.
So good ride from the 666 of Darrell Pennington. He's there or thereabouts in 5th place, riding consistently. So having a little bit of a race of his own at the moment. He's not quite close enough to Paul Baxter in front, but he's got a little bit of a gap to the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss of Paul Reynolds behind him. So a little bit of a lonely race, but nice and consistent.
Well, they are starting to close in on Mitchell. Gibson is pushing Eastwood. It's got to be last lap this time, boys, surely. You look up range anxiety in the dictionary, there's a picture of Andy Mitchell at the minute, as he will want to be seeing that last lap flag. But he's riding really well, and indeed he does. Is Gibson going to come down the inside of Eastwood?
Not quite close enough.
Oh, Eastwood's blown the turn, Gibson up to second. He's right on the back of Mitchell, so Andy will get through this dirt section. Oh, Eastwood tries to make the pass. Oh, this one's got really, really interesting at the end. Gibson then. Is Andy going to be able to hang on for half a lap? It looks like he's still got some go. It's the faster sections where it starts to do a bit power limiting. So down the hill and past the pit straight. But he's only got to beat Eastwood. He doesn't have to win the race, although I'm sure he will like to give the electric bike its first victory on UK soil. So down the hill for the final time with Gibson closing in.
So
Mitchell moves across and blocks the line. Is Gibson going to try and ride round the outside of him? Andy's pole putting this, he's holding Gibson up. He's going to come down the straight and send him the long way round.
Some great defensive riding there from the 61 of Andy Mitchell, really showing his experience.
He's going to show him the outside of the track all the way around Luna now. He's going to move him over. Gibson, oh, that was absolute class from Andy Mitchell.
Great
absolute
riding.
Class. Seth Gibson, sir, you learnt a lesson there. That was a good ride from the youngster on the Honda. But Andy Mitchell just moved him over onto the outside of the circuit, didn't give him the chance. Both of those guys will go up to start from the back of the A group. But hats off to Andy Mitchell, that was a really good ride. And he will be happy to take a win and move up to the A group. Eastwood will be disappointed with third, but to be fair to him, he just didn't have the material underneath him to do any more. Baxter comes across the line in 4th, Pennington 5th, Reynolds 6th, Lee 7th, Pearson 8th, Luca Jennings 9th and 10th. The 2:11 Trips.UK KTM of Chris Lambourne. Oh, that was a great race, I really enjoyed that. It was great to see Andy Mitchell out there. And we'd like to say he's usually in the A group fighting in the
he's very
the top
much
8
in the
or 10.
pack. Yeah, very much in the mid pack. So to see Andy Mitchell win a race on board his start Varg. Some great riding there.
He'll have a smile on his face, and I put a smile on ours as well. The last few riders then come across the line. And, Duncan Wright came from the... He only got as far as 24th. But, yeah, that was good. So, as we wait then for race 2 of our A group. British Championship Group A. Pit lane camera then. Everybody getting ready down there. Franco Mollo with the J Smith. Trips.UK KTM. Eastwood then rolls in to Parc Ferme. There don't seem to be an awful lot of riders down there, does there?
There doesn't, no.
So Andy Mitchell then. Big smile from the big man from Wakefield. And he's, like I say, he is the godfather of Supermoto. And our former over 45 champion, who has been around this sport for an awful long time. But here we are then, British Supermoto A. Sheen, sponsored by Sheen's Projects. Richard Sheen then, again, part of the Bathmate crew. There's Josh Jasper, who came up from the B group first time round with Ollie Holmes, who's going to start from the back row of the grid. There's all these guys out there on their sight lap. Alex Mullaney in there. He had a good ride come through from way back. This dirt section, you can see how chewed up it is.
It's getting choppy as they head into that inside berm.
So our grid then, starting from pole position, first race victor, then from the Isle of Man on the DCR Husqvarna, David Pearce. And then second position on the Trips.UK KTM, Jay Smith. Third on the Contract Solutions KTM, Jamie Duncan. And his teammate Richard Blakeman there on the outside of the front row. Then second row then, number 217, Richard Sharp on the Trips.UK Husqvarna. Then it's the number 100, our under 21 British Championship winner Alex Mullaney on the Leeds, on the TM Leeds TM 450. And it's the 79 of Peter Bennett on the RWJ Husky. And 817 Harley Sharp, 8th place for him. That was a good result, beating Jack Nation, who's on the start row 3. And Paul Groom, another rider, beating team boss Chris Walker. That was a good ride for him. And Lee Williams rounding out row 3. And then row 4, Bremner, Hillier, Oliver Holmes and Josh Jasper.
Looked like Dean Hillier went down in the late stages of race 1, so I think he's still going out. He looks like he's still out there, but probably a little bit battered and bruised from his off in race 1.
I think he may have been assisted off in the first one. There's a little bit of afters for that one, so as the riders come to the line then, it was a fantastic race at the front and we didn't really leave it at all. So I'm going to be interested to see one of two things. Can David Pearce make a hold shot? Can Jay Smith stop him? Can Alex Mullaney get through the first lap and keep these guys under pressure? Because his lap times were certainly good. Is Richard Blakeman going to appear out of nowhere and put a pass on that nobody expects?
Probably.
Harley Sharp comes into Richard Sharp comes in to take. So row 2 then. Dad Richard Sharp there on position number 5 and son Harley Sharp there on the outside. That's not a bad position. The outside of row 2 gives you a lot of scope to nip round the outside. As Andy waves the flag, points at the lights. So race 2 then, about to get underway. Here we go. Oh, Pearce has got a better jump this time. They come down to turn 1. Oh, he runs wide. Smith's going to come underneath him, lift him up almost certainly. So Jay Smith takes the lead. Blakeman round the outside, so Pearce back to third. Sharp is in there. Oh, Duncan's just trying to poke it down the inside where there definitely wasn't room. Did everybody get through there?
Looks like
no, looks like he took Richard Sharp out. Duncan looks like he's took Richard Sharp out, so there's the 217 at the back. That was a really optimistic pass. But we're not playing tiddlywinks out there. This is British Championship Supermoto.
So the 54 of Blakeman now already putting the pressure on the 33 of Richard Sharp. You can see him there. All
Peter
over
Bennett
the back
there.
of him.
Peter Bennett in 5th on the back of this leading group. Didn't see Alex Mullaney.
He got pushed a little bit wide on the off-road by, I think, Peter Bennett, so he dropped back slightly.
So it looks like there's a massive split at the front. 5 riders away, and then a huge gap back to where Richard Sharp got caught up. So this front 5 then on the Rogerson straight, and then a huge gap back to the next rider, who I think may well be Harley Sharp there in 6th position. We'll have to wait and see. But it's Smith who's going to lead at the end of lap 1. From Blakeman, from David Pearce, from Jamie Duncan. With Peter Bennett sat in there in 5th. And then it's a long way back to the next group, who come across the line all over each other. And it is Harley Sharp from Walker and Jack Nation. You can see them all in the background then filing into the off-road. There's a 79 of Bennett. But our race leader then, Jay Smith, coming under all sorts of pressure from Richard Blakeman. And he only needs a quarter of a gap to force his way through.
So we can see there in our little split screen, we've got the 44 of Josh Jasper and the 42 of Oliver Holmes. So they were our riders that moved up from B race 1. So they look like they're sitting in 15th and 16th respectively.
So the thing for me here is David Pearce going to be able to put a pass on Richard Blakeman without leaving a gap for Jamie Duncan? Peter Bennett hanging on to the back of these. I can't, not doing the man from the northeast a disservice, but he must have altitude sickness. He rode really well at the end of last year, and one of the reasons why he was nominated Riders' Rider of the Year was performances like this. But the level of equipment on that bike of Peter Bennett, nothing like the bikes in front of him. He is truly a clubman rider. Oh, Blakeman goes wide. There's the pass. Blakeman lost the rear and Pearce is through. So there's one mistake. Is Blakeman going to force himself back into contention? Bennett right there. It'll be interesting to look at the lap time. Obviously Pearce is going to be close to being fastest, but Jay, nearly tucks the front there.
So on our last lap, it was David Pearce that was the fastest man on track, the only man making it into the 19 so far, so with a 1 minute 19.9. Peter Bennett also doing now a 1:19.984, so he's the second fastest man out there, is our Peter Bennett.
I think this says more about the pace at the front than anything else, because Jay's not able to break away. But the gap back to Harley Sharp in 6th position is an absolute country mile.
So a bit further back, it looks like Harley's had to give the place up to team boss Chris Walker. But unfortunately, it meant Jack Nation also nipped by. But back at the front, it's still Jay Smith and David Pearce.
Blakeman's still there and interested. And it's right there, look. He's not tailed off, he's sat on the back of this. He will be grinning from ear to ear. So this is where Pearce needs to make his move on the number 33 of Jay Smith. Over the tabletop. Inch perfect as always. This is a cracking race.
Keeping an eye in the background there through that middle off-road, it looks like Richard Sharp has made his way back up to 12th position just behind his son Harley Sharp. So those two all battling positions in the mid-pack.
Smith that leads then. They've now all of a sudden, it looks like they've pulled the pin. Bennett's started to drop off. Looks like Jay's suddenly got to grips with it. Bennett's obviously made a mistake that lap, because he's now almost out of sight. So here comes Pearce then. He's going to try and get a run on the Londoner down this front straight. We saw it yesterday. Smith missed the gear and Pearce just managed to nip past. But he's not fast enough this time by. Little bit of a bobble from the number 4 DCR Svana. Fastest lap still from Pearce, 1:19.39. So Smith will be just doing everything to make sure he hits his marks, doesn't push that front too hard, or a bit of a mistake from Pearce. He's spun up, Blakeman will have some of this, almost certainly. Oh, he doesn't. He manages to hold on. Blakeman obviously didn't have the room to get by, and Smith has now suddenly got a 10 bike length lead.
So Jamie Duncan there looking like he was trying to find a move around the outside on that looser off-road as they headed up towards Coward Summit. But it is still the 33 of Jay Smith as they lead into the pit lane straight. Got a little bit more breathing room now over the 4 of David Pearce.
I think this is going to give Pearce some room to run into, though. He's going to be able to gap possibly the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Although Richard's not give up. Jamie Duncan just setting off the back a little bit as well. The 54 then just getting a little bit wayward. Everything on the floor onto that back straight. Again, just reaching over, looking like he's adjusting the brake or something. Duncan there in 4th. He's still not out of it yet. And they're right back on the back of Jay Smith. Now this tells me that Smith is running a pace that just isn't quite what these guys behind him can run. As it all starts to concertina back up in the off-road. But they're definitely a lot closer than they were. Like I say, that was like 8 or 10 bike lengths on the last lap. That wide-angle shot, Pearce wasn't even in it. He closes right up as they get to the top of the hill on Coward Summit. We saw a fantastic pass from Blakeman on David Pearce in that last one. Spectators then all crowded in under that pit building, cheering on their riders. Won't be long to go, and we're expecting last lap flag this time by maybe. We'll have to wait and see. But Smith then holds on. Is Pearce going to have a run?
So I think it should be the last lap flag next time.
Yeah. Oh, Pearce down the inside. Smith's going to try and cut back, and he's got nothing for the number 4. He didn't do a lot wrong there, Jay. He rode the line he needed to ride.
So
Pearce is bouncing away at the front.
Looking at our lap times, our fastest man on track currently is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, sat in 4th position currently, doing a 1:18.6 on that last lap. So he's definitely making a late charge again in this race as he did on race 1.
So Duncan all over the back of the 54 of Blakeman, who is also over the back of Jay Smith. But Pearce, as he did in race 1, starting to check out at the front. I did joke with him that he needed to make it a bit more interesting for us in the booth, and he just said he was giving it everything he could, and he just had to take the chances, and he was just lucky enough that Jay made that mistake. But he had a really good run down the straight on that one, all of his speed out of Luna. This is where his knee down style, he's just running the bike so hard through that middle section of the turn. And there is the last lap flag then for the number 4 of David Pearce. Jay there, Smith still in 2nd place, Blakeman still pushing him hard in 3rd. Fighting their way out of the ruts on that off-road section. This is getting really tight, but I don't see is Blakeman going to try and force a pass somewhere. These guys do ride with a lot of respect. Duncan trying to go round the outside of his teammate. Oh, he's got to be inside of him as they come over Coward Summit. Oh, what a pass by JD. He set that up by coming wide up the off-road. Blakeman had no choice but to cover the inside. They come past pit lane, see everybody there under pit lane. Blakeman's going to try and go around the outside. Doesn't quite make it. But this is the final couple of corners. Duncan looks across over his shoulder. He's not going to get to Jay Smith. and none of them are going to get to David Pearce, who's going to take his second victory of the day. It's going to be a win for Pearce, second for Smith, third for Duncan, fourth for Richard Blakeman. And then we're going to look back. And it is a long way back now, but an excellent ride from Peter Bennett, who after he lost the toe from that lead group has just managed the gap. And then a massive gap back to sixth. All these guys got tangled up. Richard Sharp is going to come across the line in sixth. Last few riders battling through then. And Jack Nation, Mullaney in 8th, Walker 9th, Hillier 10th, Lee Williams 11th. And then Noel Bremner just pipping Paul Groom as they came across the line. Well, that was a fantastic race. David Pearce doing what David Pearce does, it appears, around Three Sisters. He got a decent start, but it was Jay Smith managed to squeeze past on that opening corner and led for pretty much 3/4 of the race before the Husqvarna man found a way by. And Pearce then set a nice little gap out at the front and takes his second victory of the day. But it was all about the shenanigans in the off-road section there on the first lap that set everything off, where Duncan jumped down the inside of Richard Sharp into this very corner, and obviously Richard Sharp got caught up and blew the field apart. Whilst he didn't go down, a lot of people got caught up behind him. Now here is our top three then. Jamie Duncan there, David Pearce. We have a bit of a chat, so we'll throw it down to Danielle in the pit lane.
So I'm here in the pit lane with our top three riders. So it's the same as race one. Another third, again, another sort of last lap move we had there, didn't we?
Yep, races are far too short. 8 laps is just nowhere near British Championship level, but we just have to race what we've got. But it takes me a few laps to get in it and get going, and then the last half of the race I'm alright. But third, again, not great, but there's always the next one.
So last I checked, you did have the fastest lap. So I think you got down to a 1:18. Yeah. So you've got the speed. You just need to get the moves done a little bit earlier. Yeah, just need to get a better start. Had a wee bit coming together with Sharpie and that off road, but there's nowhere to pass, so you just have to make passes. So see what happens in the next one. Yeah, one more race to go. So we'll go to our second place man of Jay Smith. I won't remind you of what you said after race one, shall I?
Well, I weren't far off. No, just the boys just using the road race lines, carrying good speed round Luna. It's what it is, but I'm well happy. That'll do me for a minute. Yep. Happy with the bike, happy with your riding. Bike's alright. Like I said before, it's like just struggling in that tight rut. You know, it's just like, I think I'm 6'2". It's too difficult to get in it. These boys are only 4 foot, but yeah, no, it's been good.
So one more to go, still all to play for.
That's it, reverse grid. Let's see what happens there.
Yeah, reverse grid. But then we've got our race 2 winner. Again, same old, straight again.
Yeah, it was a bit hard at that time. I couldn't make the pass on Jay. He was riding really well there. And my tyre wasn't gripping like it was before, and just made it a bit more difficult.
What tyres are you running today?
I've got the metal on the rear and the Michelin on the front. Yeah, just finding it hard to get it to work on the rear. It just keeps spinning up on me and losing grip.
Is it only in certain corners, or is it just a little bit everywhere?
It's a bit everywhere, but it's really bad coming out of Lunas today. Like, it's really spinning. It's trying to slide a lot there, and it's just not hooking up the same, so it's making it a bit harder for me.
No problem. Well, we will head into another break, and then we will join you again with our Academy riders. So I'll throw it back to Phil back in our commentary booth.
Cheers, Danielle. So yeah, we're just going to take a short break now. We'll be about 25 minutes, I would have thought. and we will be back on track with our final group of races for the day, which will start off with Academy Race 3, and then we'll run through groups C, B and our final A group race of the day, which will wrap up round 1 of our Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship, round 1 here at Three Sisters in Wigan. We'll see you shortly.
Welcome to episode 1.
Welcome back.
Roll up. It's episode 1 of the British Supermoto vlog.
Behind the scenes footage for when you're big and famous and people are like, I want to see the real him.
This is the real me. About with a cable. That's the real me. Right, ready? I'm ready. Welcome to episode 1 of the Trips British Supermoto vlog. Behind me is my bike that I'm going to be riding for the whole 2024 season. I'm going to take you through all the details so you know exactly what I'll be campaigning. Hopefully it'll help you maybe get your bike ready for your race season, and if you're not bothered about that, just sit back and check out a shiny new livery.
Ferevatur superis, et fecit Deus firmamentum divisitico aquas, et fecit Deus firmamentum divisitico aquas.
Then I'm going to turn around. No, I'm not going to try and say anything sensible. It's a vlog, so I can do it. As promised, I'm going to take you through the bike. I'm going to go the far side, you stay on that side, because the microphone will sound bad if I turn around. I'm rolling on a 16.5-inch front wheel. A lot of people prefer the 16, but if I get a 16-inch front wheel, I've got to buy one, so it's much cheaper to have the one that I've already got. Not got quick release front disc. I'm just on a standard floating disc, standard Brembo caliper. Not got the twin brake setup. In here, we've just got some real grippy race EBC pads, which I'm hoping will just give it a bit more bite than the standard stuff and the kind of more motocross spec pads. Forks are stock at the moment, so they're air forks still, and then standard damping. Maybe I'll go for a nicer damping cartridge at some point, because obviously the suspension's pretty critical. A lot of people go for the spring conversion, but some pro riders ride with the air, so if it's good enough for them, it's definitely going to be good enough for me. Going down the bike, we've got a pro carbon guard at the bottom. It doesn't really do anything other than it's carbon fibre, so it's got to be good for half a second a lap. SP quick shifter, so it's this is the 2022 SMR 450, so it doesn't have the quick shifter built in. Fortunately, Jason Slater, also teammate, he's my bike now, but it was his bike, he'd already put the SP quick shifter on it, so happy days. Other non-stock parts, there's not many of them, is the titanium foot pegs. They're super grippy, they're really nice. Obviously, it has been crashed. I let somebody ride it recently. Who might be pointing the camera right now? First time she'd ever ridden a bike. So thanks for that, Rachel. Famous on the Trips vlog, because you crashed my bike the first time you had to go on it. Thanks. Yeah, they took it really well. So it looks like they're going to be a solid thing to have, because may have a tendency to slide along the road. Standard rear shock, I've set the sag front and back to my settings, and we rode at Three Sisters, which you'll no doubt be treated to in this episode, where I crashed, Jason Slater crashed, Richard Sharp crashed because Jason Slater crashed into Richard Sharp, and Groomy got away scot-free, Chris got away scot-free, and so did Jay. So it's like half and half crashes. So things that I want to do to it, which I will try and do during the season, and then like give you an idea of what I've done and like maybe a bit of how-to and stuff. But I would quite like to either put a thumb brake on here, or even move the clutch up because it's got the quick shifter, and then have a rear brake on here, mountain bike style. Chassis wise, I'd definitely just be thinking forks and shock for now. And like maybe put some more shiny stuff on it, like some titanium bolts, because shiny's good. Episode 2 will be at the first round of the British Supermoto Championship. I'll give you a big walk round of the new awning, the new truck, and everybody's bikes, and of course fill you in on the racing, and hopefully give you good news that I didn't come last. That's my bold goal. Don't come last.
Welded itself completely back together. That's the spindle. But look how it's welded itself to fork like. Yeah, I can see where. There ain't even any play in that now. Go back out with it now, it's solid.
You're relying on that aluminium, which wears down like.
Hello.
Are we not meant to be swearing on this?
You can swear as much as you want then. It's up to Chris. I'll just either beep it out or leave it in depending on whether he wants it.
Probably say that it's probably being tight.
It's just going to be a long beep.
That's it. This film is.
We've had him cheap wheels.
Is that it?
It's the way the spaces are designed. Alpinas required.
Which ones have you got? SM.
Nice, isn't it?
Very bike.
I'm well happy. Very grateful.
Was that 2 seconds? 2.5.
No, it feels really nice. It's just such a big jump from the Honda, but in such a more positive way. Well, I struggled for about a year with that new Honda, trying to get it to feel anything like that. So that's very similar to the old Honda. It's just so stable and planted. Got lots of feeling in the front end. Just makes you want to go faster and faster, really. Nice.
Well, good.
Merry Christmas.
Sharp, Team Bathmate. Not anymore.
Alright, Team Trips.
What are you going to achieve this year? You're going to win the under 20? Is it under 21s?
We'll see. Need a bit more pace for that, but keeping the A groups, just keep making A groups, I'll be very happy with that. Staying safe and enjoying it.
Staying safe? How old are you?
17.
Staying safe.
No crashing.
We got potential clean sheet, you realise that?
Oh yeah, I'm clubman.
Under 21.
Under 21.
Novice.
Yeah.
Slater's novice. Jay Lee. Your dad over 45s.
Yeah.
And elite.
Yeah.
That'd be hard to win.
Impressive.
Chris Clubman.
I'm not sure.
Was he elite this year?
I think he might be elite. I'm not sure. He's top 2 from last year. I'm not sure.
Team at year.
Definitely team at year.
What are you stressed about?
Of course, I'm fine. Stressed. I just don't feel comfy.
You look comfy.
Comfy on my bike.
What's wrong with it?
No, it's me. Spinning. No, it's only mine, it's spinning. I'm back inside of him, and it stood him up, and then
How the sunlight
turned into me.
it's turned into you.
So we had a little roll bike, boy.
Well, she's bedded in now.
So we're saying it's Slater's fault?
Yeah.
It was my fault. I'll tell you to the camera, it was my fault. I stood him up. Deliberate. Grooming came from other side of South Africa.
Whoa!
It weren't Grooming's fault, it was just flying. It's fair play. Stood me up.
It was a stand-up dominant.
I slid, and then I let off, and I've just collected Sharpie.
So-
just like I do every time I get anywhere near him on a bike or skis.
So you've crashed.
Yeah.
Sharpie's crashed. I've crashed.
Yours was quite a good one, though.
Yeah, it was alright.
To be fair.
It was your fault.
Yeah, well, you see, I was still warming my tyres up as you come past, and I was like, that's why I'm not accelerating. And then I crashed the next lap.
I went along and Harley were waving at me, so I looked at Harley and he went, pointed and I turned around, you're sharper than he
It does make you jump though, doesn't it? It literally, something appears. I was just...
His face, he's like, no, it doesn't. That'd make me jump up. There we go.
Like Cuban heels.
Challenging first test day. The front wheel bearings collapsed, which took the wheel spacer out, so that were 2 sessions missed. Not getting the feel that I want, but we're getting a ride. We're happy.
Yeah.
We're all good. Staying on. Brand new 24, that MCR swinging arm, JWR, L-in suspension. Felt nice. With 16 front wheel, it feels better. A lot better.
Instead of 16 now.
Yeah. Turns in better, holds a turn. So, yeah.
You look like you were flying.
Enjoying it.
Slater said you were flying.
Sharpie went flying. Team building, that's what we're
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Get them wheels sorted and put first round and all good, yeah. Don't tell Sam.
You mean you're getting free Alpinas? You're sponsored now?
Yeah,
that's right, yeah. Are you proud of your team? Everybody except you and Groomy crashing.
Yeah, I did alright. I stayed on for a turn, so.
Good bike, happy?
So stiff.
Much stiffer than your old one.
Yeah. What you say days gone on?
Does it feel more stable? Does it stiff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you got to push it harder.
It's planted.
It looks wicked. That's the important thing.
That's the bad thing. Not the bad, isn't it?
Look at it. So shiny. Are we going to have a clean sweep?
I don't even know what group I'm in yet.
Just want to say, the reason I've not spoken to the camera all day is because I can't speak. We had a very successful first day of testing, although I'm a broken man. Pete, riding the Race IQ bike, wherever it is, was nailing it. That'll be 1 and 2 in the Novice Championship in that pace. Dreams. Trips bikes were sick, everybody rode really well. Groomy scared Slater killed Sharpie, and I just did it all myself. So, yeah, it was a wicked day. We got 1 full day before the first round. We got the Friday for testing. So, yeah, hopefully the clean sweep is still on.
Welcome back to Three Sisters Race Circuit here at Ashton in Makerfield near Wigan, where we are going to wrap up our coverage of round one of the 2024 Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. We've got our third group of races then waiting to go out on track, our academy class here in pit lane raring to go. Danielle, we've had a great day so far. Last group of races, what's your predictions?
So I think you'd be daft to not predict Archie Ormrod to do the hat-trick today. He's ridden faultlessly all morning, so I think we'll probably be keeping an eye on him to go and lead this one from start to finish. Again, Archie Reynolds, Jackson Bennett. Jackson was getting very close to Archie on the last few laps of race 2, so we'll have to keep an eye on those. And of course, I'll always keep an eye out on the girls who've got racing in our academy class. So Lily Rhodes finishing in 4th. We had Isabel Wingate and then Ruby Booth. So I'll keep an eye out on those girls.
I think that they have struggled a little bit today with going back to the small bike from the big bike. But they definitely got some good mileage yesterday out of riding the bigger bikes. As we look down at Bell Wingate and this FF Solutions Limit Design and Build sponsored Supermoto Academy. That's the company of our elite racer Jay Smith. So again, he's supporting the youngsters. The age 6 of Ruby Booth. Last few riders then stream out onto the track. So as we said, Archie Ormrod then been pretty much unbeatable. He has not had it all his own way. He's definitely had a little bit of competition from the likes of Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett along the way.
So they're heading straight off into their warm-up lap. So they're not stopping at the grid, they're just heading straight on round. So we'll keep an eye out.
It has got noticeably colder here at Three Sisters in the short break that we've had. Almost at the point where I needed to go and dig my woolly hat out again. But the sun has been kind to us and the weather's been kind all day. As you can probably hear on some of the background noise, we've got a little bit more of a breeze. A few people starting to set flags down and the like in the pits because the wind is starting to get up. Cole Reynolds then making his way through the off-road. A lot of people already starting to try and make for a speedy exit. Been a 3-day weekend here to open the season off. A test day on Friday, which was very, very well attempted. We arrived late on Thursday night and the pits was already virtually full. And then a good day testing on Friday, good day racing yesterday, culminating in the first round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. Round 1. And Archie Ormrod then on the DCR Husqvarna makes his way onto the Rogerson Straight. It is a lovely little track here. There's some testimonials in the clubhouse, Danielle. I don't know whether you've read them from both Casey Stoner and Neil Hodgson about how close this place is to their hearts and what it taught them as young riders. And the likes of Archie Ormrod and Archie Reynolds there, first and second on the grid. Probably unaware of the level of World Championship potential that has passed through the gates of this circuit. Jackson Bennett then will start 3rd, Lily Rose 4th, and it's the 150 of Liam Pearson. Liam's been pretty good this weekend, but just had a couple of tip-offs. And 6th place, Belle Wingate, 7th Leon Tour, 8th Ruby Booth. She was going well in race 2 earlier on until she had a small tip-off in the off-road. And then it's Cole Reynolds, Harris Toll and Lucas Murch, but I don't think Lucas was in the holding area for that one either, so I think they need to be looking at sorting out the issues that they got with that 150 Honda. They broke a chain yesterday, and I think there's just one of those bikes that it's not in the flush of youth, and they've had a few issues with it as the last rider comes to the grid. And that is kind of all you need to get into this academy class. A reasonably well maintained 85C or 150cc motocrosser and a set of small wheels will get you on the grid. So we wait for the lights to change, away they go. Oh, stonking start from Ormrod. He moves across. Reynolds has a good long look. Jackson Bennett then into third. Good start there also from Lily Rhodes.
Yeah, that start from Archie Ormrod, he just pulled the pin and went. Strong effort from Archie Reynolds, but Archie Ormrod definitely moved across and didn't give anyone anywhere to go. So we're watching as they head through the off-road. Sometimes have the odd faller here on the first lap, especially as adrenaline's high. So it looks like we had Belle Wingate there just having a little bit of a bobble, but she's managed to stay on. So we'll keep an eye. So that looks like the 36 of Harris Tall just trying to make a little move around the number 10 of Cole Reynolds, but doesn't quite make it stick. But our leader, the 40 of Archie Ormrod, already with a sizable lead over the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on this first lap. But then it is Jackson Bennett all over the back of him, followed by Lily Rhodes and then the 150 of Liam Pearson on that Gas Automotive Solutions machine.
The race leader then for the first time down past pit lane, and he has already started to run and hide at the front. I think it's going to be the battle for second, unless Jackson Bennett can get a proper wriggle on in this opening couple of laps and find a way past Archie Reynolds. We have seen Bennett produce a number of fastest laps in races that he hasn't won. Such a happy-go-lucky little guy. He don't let anything faze him. Just watched his dad finish 5th in the elite race. So a little bit of family competition there. And that's one of the beauties of this paddock. So many fathers and sons and fathers and daughters racing.
I think Jackson's going to have to keep an eye out on the 56 of Lily Rhodes. So she's all over the back of him there as they head into this off-road section.
She's improved through the day, hasn't she? She's definitely finding her feet back on this 85 again after riding the 125 yesterday. And the track just probably getting a little bit easier. She's got a nice line through there, but she is now, like you say, all over the back of the number 79 of Jackson Bennett as we watch Ormrod out to the tabletop. That literally feels like riding off the end of the world, doesn't it? You have no sight of the landing at all from the takeoff side. So it is then battle for second, third and fourth. So Bennett can't leave the door open. Oh, missed gear there. Did Bennett manage to find a way through on Archie Reynolds? We'll have a look in the background. Yes, he did. So Jackson Bennett up to second and missed gear as they came out the corner there from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, and he's now back to third with Lily Rhodes all over the back of him.
Yeah.
And I feel that this is when Lily does her best work, when she's got somebody to chase. She just has that ability to put the bike where it needs to be. She tries to find a way past the number 5 TM Leeds bike of Archie Reynolds, who seems to have the straight line speed of the other two. But she's so good on the brakes. That lean-in road racer style. She did one of Mark Reiner Schmidt's schools, and that's the way that he rides, and you can see that she's definitely benefited from that. Bit of a moment for our race leader there in the background as he had to take a big stab to keep that husky upright. Bennett is starting just to pull away from these few riders. Ruby Booth then, she's looks like she's behind Leon Tall.
So Jackson Bennett looking like he's pulling a little bit of a lead now over the number 5 of Archie Reynolds as they head towards that second bit of off-road. You can see Archie Ormrod already heading towards Coward Summit, but it's this battle for third that we have here between the number 5 and the number 56. So we saw that it looks like Lily doesn't quite have the horsepower of that TM Leeds 85 machine, but she definitely makes up for it with her corner speed.
Those TMs are very, very fast. And it's only, like you say, it's only the fact that she has such good corner speed. A long look over the shoulder, another look down at the gear lever then. Now, these are the kind of things that a fresh bike, things just bedding in, gear lever maybe just settling in a little bit, and Reynolds then quick shifting 2, 3 gears, 4 gears through there to get into top as they come on the straight. And while Lily's down behind the bars, Archie's just sitting there bolt upright. So Bennett has started to ease away, but he hasn't gone far enough away to not be under threat if he makes a mistake, as Archie Ormrod there still leads in the background. Fastest lap to Archie Ormrod, unsurprisingly. Liam Pearson then dropped off a little bit, not able to run with the front four. But he's been very much improved since he got on that new gas. Again, look over the shoulder. Commentator's curse again.
You did it. Oh, bless. He can blame you for that one.
He can.
He's still up.
You have no idea how awkward that is.
Awkward. Off camber.
If I'd have been on my 450, then I would have put that on the floor, without a doubt.
Me too.
So he did well to save that. But again, another nice young lad. Dad races as well. Second generation rider in the Supermoto Championship.
So the gap between these two, still barely anything in it. So Lily still all over the back of Archie Reynolds, but staying with him and making a pass are two very different things. So she'll be lining something up. If I was to guess, I'd say she'd try and get him on the brakes going into turn one. So
she just
keep an eye if she can just get close enough.
I don't think she's got the straight line speed, to be honest with you, Danielle. That TM is very quick. And it's not arms and legs faster than the Husky, but she just doesn't have a couple of bike lengths that she needs. The speed that she can pull out of Luna does not carry on into an advantage down the straight for her. As Reynolds takes a look over his shoulder and loses his balance, it's always a danger. It's a nice slow bit of the track top. Oh, she lights the rear up, manages to stay on. She did well not to stall it then. That was really good. And I think we'll see her. She will close back in fairly quickly. But as it stands at the moment, she's not able to do anything about the number 5. Bennett's gone. He's checked out to the tune of about 2.5 seconds at the front of these. He's already round the corner at the top of the hill and gone down Coward Summit. But this is a good race.
So we can see there the 150 of Liam Pearson again heading through the off-road. So Liam's dropped down to around 7th position after his little bobble in the off-road on the last lap. Looks like we've got 2 laps to go with Archie Ormrod, currently our fastest man on track, doing a 1:33.7. Jackson Bennett having a lonely race out there in second, but nice and consistent, just putting the laps in. So it looks like Archie there making his way around that back marker a little bit quicker than Lily did. So that gap's opened up a little bit more as they come out of Luna.
But she does have absolutely perfect form on the bike. Last lap flag is out. She does everything she needs to do. And this is where she's good, the lean angle. She gets right over, not too far, leans off the bike, keeps the bike on the nice part of the tyre, don't fall off the edge. And there's Reynolds then. All feet off the pegs. They come round. That's Cole Reynolds that they're going to catch. That's his brother. So little brother, I'm sure he'll wait his turn. So Lily finds her way through. Cole rode in our Bambino class last year, which is basically just lets the kids out and have a run out on the track in the lunch break, and I'm used to being around the circuit and around the people.
So we can see there our race leader, the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. A little bit of a wheelie there as he heads out onto the Coward Summit. Lily Rhodes there was still all over the back of Archie Reynolds, but then that gap opens up again as they head down towards our pit lane.
So Ormrod goes out of sight. There's Jackson Bennett in second. As we wait then, was the battle for third. I'm not going to see that as I come by pit lane. So here is going to be your 3-time race winner. Barring disasters in this final turn on that really nicely turned out DCR Husqvarna. And Ormrod will look over his shoulder, takes the checkered flag and wait for Jackson Bennett to come across the line in second. Who's going to finish third? And it is going to be the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on the TM Leeds TM85. Then Lily Rhodes in 4th. We wait then for Leon Tall, currently in 5th across the line on the 77.
So that was the 10 of Cole Reynolds, just taking the checkered flag. But good ride from Leon Tall there. So one of the riders that comes all the way down from Scotland to compete in our British Championship. So great ride from him. Again, his brother Harris Tall also out there on the number 36.
We do get quite a few riders coming down from north of the border. They've got a great championship that runs up there at Crail up there in Scotland near St Andrews. Lovely little circuit that we visit for the British Championship. I've been there for a few years myself. It's a long way to go, but it's a lovely little facility and an excellent track, and we visit that later on in the summer. So our final finish is that Ruby Booth just coming across the line. So Kirk flags off finishes, and in the holding area is our C Group final race of the day. Supermoto C brought to you by Contract Solutions, and it's going to be on pole. Max Batty, I think, was the man on the move in that last one, and Neil Crayston of D3 KTM fame. So Crayston then a return to Supermoto after, I'd probably say, a 10 or 12 year absence, at least as far as I know. These guys will make their way quickly round onto the sight lap. And 164 of Sean Jones. The 26 of Peter Wadsworth, brother of Simon, who won the last one of these and will now find himself on the back row of the Bs. That'll be interesting to see what he can do from there. And like I say, this is very much the pathway into the British Championship. We have we run races on Saturday as well, but on the Sunday Championship, this novice championship, as we see our start grid there, the number 333X of Max Batty will start on pole from the 240 D3 KTM of Neil Crayston. Then it is the 184 of Farron Young on the Goon Squad. Is he on Husqvarna?
Goon Squad Husqvarna,
yeah. And then the number 14 of Gavin Scaife on the Automotive Solutions Husky. Then number 236 Dan Spencer on the 450 Yamaha. Kev Crowthers, he's say newcomer to the sport, riding under the Bathmates team. Big mates over the years with Andy Mitchell and team boss John Oakes. So he's out there. He's on the second row of the grid from Noah Gullery, another rider that I've not seen anything of. He's number 41. I've seen the name and not put a number to it. He actually looked quite decent. Tommy Sayer as well. And then it's Mark Adamson, Lewis Cowper, another new rider. I do seem to think that I saw on Lewis Cowper's rider that Andy Mitchell told me it was easier than motocross as his reason for coming to Supermoto. Then it's Jones and then Peter Wadsworth. Row 4, Rigg, Clark, Dalton and Granger. And row 5, Sheen, Crombie, John Oakes and Darrell Brett. And we need to get a wriggle on to get through the last few of these races.
So I think we've got a few that won't be starting. So one of those that I know for certain won't be starting will be the 714 of Andrew Goodsell. So I think a few of them came together at the end of race 2. One of them things, unfortunately, racing incident. One bike stopped, and unfortunately, the other two riders had nowhere to go. So Andy's feeling a little bit battered and bruised, all okay, but just won't be taking part in this last race. Okay,
one of the stalwarts of the paddock. Andy been around a long time and loves his racing, but he's as happy to be in the paddock as a spectator, supporting those around him as he is racing himself, which a lot of that goes on in this paddock. It's a lovely, friendly place to be. You see the banner there, ride your road or track bike here. It is a really small track, but so enjoyable to ride. As Andy waves the flag, then points to the lights. He's going to take the whole shot. Away they go. Is it Crayston? It is Neil Crayston. You won't mind me calling him the old man, because he's certainly not. He's not a youngster. So he takes the whole shot then in C Group, race number 3, into the off-road for the first time. Somebody going around the outside in the off-road looked like one of the Bathmate bikes. Not sure who that was. Ollie Sims buried in the pack there. He must have had a bit. He had a mare, didn't he? Sims had a mare. He fell off in the last one and got run over, or his bike did at least. So that's explain why he was so far down in the starting order.
So a few riders there stopped in the off-road, but it looks like the 240 of Neil Crayson has pulled out a nice gap on that first lap. So there he is heading up our off-road section, followed by the 333 of Max Batty. It looks like...
Oh, that's a Bathmate bike in there. That's not Brett Barlow, surely. Or that would be... That might be Crowthers.
Was that Crowthers?
That's Kev Crowthers then on the grass. He nearly went down there. So, but he was decent yesterday. He's got a good turn of speed. He's got to find his way round. But it is Cranston on the D3 KTM. I think the tyres that he was running the other day were some that they found in the attic back at the shop because he'd sold all the good ones. So Cranston leads into Luna at the conclusion of lap 1 of this final race of the day for C Group race brought to you by Contract Solutions. Batty then does look considerably quicker in the background. I think he's lap time wise he will be quite a lot faster.
So looking at lap times on that last lap, it was actually Neil Crayson that did a 127 to Max's 128. So we'll see. Max might be able to try and gain more around Luna, but I think he does lose it through this off-road where Neil definitely has a little bit more off-road prowess.
I think Schaefer's got himself up to third because Crowthers went straight on. There's a battle between Sean Jones and John Oakes. Oakes out there on the Bathmate Honda in this one. Now he takes Oakes, he takes him a little bit wide, but here's our race leader then, Neil Crayston. That's still a decent gap. Neil is obviously very, very good through the off-road. He is an enduro rider. He does live up there in that beautiful part of the country, the Lake District, not far from your manor. And I say his son, one of the top junior enduro riders in the country, and he's picked a lot of those techniques up off Dad. So I'm thinking that providing he doesn't blow a valve with like 3 or 4 laps to go, because he's not been on a bike for a long while, it's going to be difficult for Batty to close down this gap, because he's not really managed to do it much on that last circuit. In fact, I think that's gone out as 1.2 across the line last time. What have we got this time, Danielle?
So this time, just waiting for our timing to update, it is 1.7 across the line. So Neil Crayston still with the fastest lap of a 1:30.4.
Batty's closed, looks like he's closed in visually a little bit there. Scaife then third. 4th place, 184 Farron Young. Then it's the 6-3 Kev Crowthers around the outside. The Andy Mitchell leathers on him. Like I said, well, nice pass, but he is an ex-motocrosser, so he'll be loving a bit of this off-road. Like I say, it's good that they brought a couple of new guys into the team.
Yep, Crowther there looking extremely confident through the off-road section there, making a good move on Farron Young.
Nice over the jump, as you would expect, as he's closing in on Gavin Scaife. Well, this was the pass that Jamie Duncan did at the tail end of the last one. I think you miss that as you went downstairs?
I must have.
Yeah, so Duncan then squared off, went wide, and cut back under Richard Blakeman on the final lap to put in an excellent pass. So the gap does look like it's coming down again just a little. Scaife pulling out more on Crowthers on the tarmac after the 63. Caught him up in the dirt. Farron Young then in the background on that Goon Squad Husky. He's starting to close in on these. He's starting to get back into a little bit. He had a big crash just actually where we are on the circuit now at the beginning of last year.
Oh, that's Max Batty there trying to make a pass for the lead. So he's now all over the back of the 240 of Neil Crayston as they head into the off-road. Sorry to interrupt there, Phil.
No, that's all right. That was a bit of a shock, because I was talking about one thing, and on the screen all of a sudden Batty appeared out of nowhere. But
Farron.
Oh, don't swear, you're on camera, son.
Just popped that front wheel out of the berm and just lost his balance there, so easily done.
And you remember that all these guys are on slick tyres, so there's no real purchase or grip to be had. We're looking at Gavin Scaife. It's the race leaders then. We need to see across the top.
Still looked like it was Neil Crayston in front of Max Batty. So again, That's Sean Jones and what looks to be... Oh, I'm not sure. I can't see on our timing screen. On the Husky. Through that off-road, so Kelly's coming from a motocross background. He's only going to improve as he finds his feet on the tarmac, I believe, over this season. Yep, there.
There's Crayston. Batty right with him. Or not so right with him. Neil's checked out again. I'd say battles all down the field in this one, but race leader then Crayston.
Oh, we just saw someone bobble there in the off-road.
Past pit lane. Didn't see a last lap flag last time by, but we didn't see them over the line, so we'll just check and see if the last lap flag is out, and it does look like our flagman is making his way towards the circuit.
So I think it'll be last flag shown to them this time. So Max Batty there, going round the outside of Neil, and it looks like he's crossed over to the inside. So
is he going to get it stopped? He is.
He's made a pass for the lead. So it's Max Batty from Neil Crayston as they head into the off-road section.
Neil shakes his head there. I bet he's absolutely jiggered. You can see the deep holes as these guys see that. Look, the way Crayston rides, feet up, Enduro master. Just that's where the speed was, but he's much faster than Batty through there. But he can't go anywhere because now Batty's past him with his tarmac speed.
So I think Neil will try and get all over the back of him going into this next off-road and try and do that move of Jamie Duncan squaring it off at the top if he can get close enough.
I don't think he will be close enough. They come up here for the final time. Well, you can't get much closer than that without hitting him, so let's see if he's got anything in reserve. But Batty's been fast, and you can see as they go over Coward Summit for the final time. The black bike at the front just pulled 10 bike lengths over the top of Coward Summit on that KTM. Bit of a head bobble there. Crayston will know that there's no pulling this one back, and being the wise man that he is, he will take a well-deserved second place in this final C Group final. To take back up the M6. Look over the shoulder from Batty. Another look over the shoulder from Batty, and he will want to just ease off. So Batty from Crayston, then that's your top two. Third place should be still the number 14 Automotive Solutions Husky, Gavin Scape, and there he is. Change on the last lap then, Noah Guillory looks like he's managed to get up to fourth, and we wait for Crowthers to come across the line in fifth, which he does, as we look at Ollie Sims. And is it 14 for a 250?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Anyway, but decent day for him, and his time will come. He'll start to move up through the field on that 250F.
So after his bobble, I think Farron made it up to 10th place. So that little wobble in the off-road cost him. He was sitting around 6th.
So last few come across the line then in our final secret race of the day. We've got to wait. B's and A's. We'll wrap up our coverage of this first round of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Three Sisters. Whilst we've still got a couple of races to go. What's been your highlight of the day so far?
Ooh, my highlight. I'd have to say that move that Richard Blakeman did this morning in race 1 on David Pearce.
That was the talk of the paddock.
That was a good move.
Yeah, lots of people seeing that one, and obviously the fact that we got it, we also managed to get it on the coverage. Lots of people in the paddock logged into our live stream feed. So our B group riders now head out onto the line. The number of laps then obviously on the board on Robin's Head, which would be really nice if you could turn around and let us see that on the way back.
I think it's 8 laps this race.
Okay.
So from our timing screen it's showing 8 laps.
So here we go then, British Supermoto B, brought to you by Race IQ, the new race timing and login system, which will be launched soon. So to enable you to do all of your lap timing and such like at the track without the need of expensive lap timers.
Another quick reminder, just to make sure that you're following TNL Sports on YouTube. So that's where all of our following live streams will be recorded. And also to make sure you're following British Supermoto on both Facebook and Instagram. So I'm sure there'll be lots posted following round 1. So keep up to date with everything before round 2 at Teesside.
Yeah, Teesside, again, an excellent facility. We've got a really, really, again, another great bit of off-road courtesy of Trips.uk. Up at that facility, they put some machinery in there and had a lot of work done. So our grid then will be starting on pole will be Chris Eastwood in this one. He finished 3rd. He gets to talk to Andy Mitchell after the last one, which he managed to win, and he did indeed ride a wide bike for the last lap as the start started to go down into a lower power mode after being thrashed within an inch of its life for 7 laps round here. But it's Eastwood then from Baxter, from Pennington, and Paul Reynolds on the front row. Darren Lee, Blaine Pearson, Luca Jennings and Chris Lambourne on row 2, and then Simon Burgess, a new rider. Number 53 is doing okay. Then the 101 of Neil Meelan. 11th then Kyle Eccleston. He fell off again. Let's see what he can do from there. His teammate James Wood on the Bathmate Husky on row 3. And then it's Craig Forshaw, Jake Sayer, Michael Craig, Luke Armitage. And then Haley, Armstrong, Wrigglesworth and Stephen Booth at the back of row 5. And then the last few, Carl Geary, Duncan Wright, Luke Hudson, Dax Almond and Jason Slater. So B group then. This last B group race has sometimes been the best race of the day because there's nothing better than going home with a win. And there'll be a few guys sitting on the grid here who think they're owed one, and there'll be a few guys who've never had one and think they might be with a shot. Darryl Pennington sat there in 3rd on the grid. He's a guy, young lad that's pretty decent, just doesn't have the outright speed in qualification to break through to the A's. And he's always there or thereabouts. And I fancy that he might have something to say about who wins this one, or not, as the case may be. Let's see who gets the start, and it is Eastwood. He's done well to get that KTM off the line. Baxter 2nd, Pennington round the outside in 3rd as the rest of the field stream through into the off-road for the first time.
Keeping an eye on the mid-pack there, we've got Kyle Eccleston. So he's now had a nightmare of a morning so far. So keep an eye on him. He's definitely got the outright pace. It's just whether he can stay on. Number 53 there of Simon Burgess going round the outside. Looks like he had the rear end of that Husky lit up.
I really want to know how Jason Slater came around that off-road section halfway up the field, because he was on the back row of the grid. So whatever he did round those first couple of corners was unbelievable. There's Eccleston up to 5th. There's Brough Lambourne. There's Slater. He was at the back of the grid. So he's had an absolute... Well, I don't know what he's done, but he's obviously got a proper run from the back of the grid, because he definitely didn't... looking at the race results, he certainly wasn't in the top 10. But anyway, here's Eastwood then at the front. 2nd place is Pennington. 3rd Baxter, and then 4th it is the number 10 of Paul Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions Husky, as Eccleston tries to ride round the outside of him in Luna on the Bathmate KTM in the sunshine. Eccleston's going to struggle to pass him for straight line speed because that ex-Chris Hodgson bike's very fast, but Eccleston shows a wheel and moves Becker out of the way.
Yep, so that moves Kyle Eccleston up to 4th, but it is still the 110 of Chris Eastwood out in front, followed by the 666 of Darryl Pennington, and then the 24 of Paul Baxter, the newbie that we've got out there today.
Yeah, he's been decent. Let's say come from a mini bike background, but looked really good in the off-road. So our race leader disappears, exit stage left, and there is the 4th place man, Kyle Eccleston. Is he going to have anything to close down in this 8-lapper for our race leader?
Looked like that was the 97 of Dax Almond just having a bobble there in the off-road in the background.
So there's your top 4, top 5, and it's a gap back from Reynolds, then to Chris Lambourne on the 211. Eccleston already put a lot of time into the number 10 of Paul Reynolds.
So it'll be interesting to see who's got the fastest lap on the as they come over the start finish, because at the moment it looks like the 255 of Kyle Eccleston is the man on the move.
And again, he's got decent speed. Pennington puts the fastest lap in, so the 666 in second position, closing down on our race leader into the off-road. Chris Eastwood, then it's Baxter, then Eccleston.
So it is Darrell Pennington currently with the fastest lap, doing a 1:23.6. So the gap between him and Chris Eastwood over the line on the last lap was only about 0.8 seconds. So Eastwood doing well to keep the pace of these guys on what is essentially a motocross bike with some 17-inch wheels and a big brake.
Yeah, decent rider, Chris Eastwood. Like I say, returning from injury, got quite a bit of metalwork in his left arm, as well as quite a bad burn injury from a crash at the tail end of last season.
So it looks like we've also got the retirement of Stephen Booth, the dad of Ruby Booth. I think it looks like his back brake has locked on.
I did see somebody just running under the comms box window there. So here we are, race leader Eastwood then, with Pennington in close attention. I did say I fancied Pennington for the win on this one, and if Darrell can get close enough, I would expect him to have a straight line speed advantage on that Automotive Solutions KTM. Baxter then still there. Doesn't look like Eccleston is closing in at rate, although he is getting a little bit closer. That track is actually getting quite nice there now. This is going to be pretty decent for our final race of the day, coming up at the conclusion of our B group race.
Also looks like that sun's trying to peek out a little bit more.
Bit of evening sunshine, never hurt anybody. We have been blessed with a beautiful dry weekend here at Three Sisters. There's been years when we've been here and it was quite easy to miss the tide at the end of the start straight, but not today. It's been great. And the off-road has been prepped to perfection by Dean Hillier and the rest of the crew. So Eccleston then closing in on Baxter at the end of pit road through the right-left. He's going to try and make a pass. This is where he went down in race one. It's where his weekend really fell, or certainly his race day fell apart. Tipping off there in the first. Oh, Baxter, he's going to try and force his way up the inside. There's no room there.
So Baxter with that road race knee down style, but it looks like it's Eccleston still trying to find a way up the inside, but Baxter leaving no room, trying to send it the long way around.
On. Oh, it's tight. Oh, he was too nice there. Eccleston he's sitting here, of course, but that was you were level there. You just needed to just half wheel him and send him the long way round. But maybe not wanting to risk contact, because if you'd have caught bars there, to be fair, one or both of them would have ended up on the floor. So Baxter then second half behind Pennington. Eastwood a second away at the front now, so that gap at the front just gone out a little bit. This is where the interest is. A battle for third position in this final B group race. Down past pit straight, we are going to see another move then. Is going to be able to make a run down into Luna. Eccleston tried to go up the inside last time. That did not work. Is he going to go and try and go the long way around? He is indeed. It's showing the edge of the track, then he's going to cut back up the inside. Has he got the speed onto the straight? Doesn't look like he has. He's going to go down the inside. What a pass. That was a really nice move by Kyle Eccleston.
Yeah.
He set that up onto the Rogerson straight, got the run that he needed to get. and worked that really nicely. Has he got the speed now to chase down Pennington in the closing stages of this race? As Baxter looks over his shoulder to see nobody in attendance.
So now it's to see if Kyle can use that free track in front of him to now chase down the 666 of Darrell Pennington.
The battle at the front is definitely done because Eastwood has checked out now. 1.5 seconds the advantage as you see at the top of the hill. Pennington just out of shot as we went up to the top there. And Baxter now.
Mid-pack there, you can see we've got the 111 of Duncan Wright sat there in 15th. And it looks like we've got a 4-rider battle there, including Simon Burgess and Michael Craig. See Michael Craig there just exiting the off-road section.
We do have quite a big Scottish contingent in this one. Chris Eastwood leading. We've also got Duncan Wright in there and Michael Craig, who are the north of the border crew. Now they're out in force in this one. Fair to say that on a normal day, I'd expect to see Chris Eastwood pretty much in the A group as a lock-in on that one. Here comes Baxter then. And now a distant fourth, just started to drop off that lead group, but he's obviously had a look over his shoulder and gone, well, I'm not going to get to the front, and there's nobody coming at me from behind.
Yeah, riding sensibly here through this off-road section. You can see just how bumpy it is, so it's always worth mentioning that these guys are on a lot stiffer suspension to your usual motocross bike, so those bumps will really, really be felt through their arms. So I know a lot of people were saying that they had arm pump, especially in that A race.
Yes.
So that'll also be contributing to it. So
the one thing that you never do with Supermoto is set your bike up for the off-road. It's all about the tarmac setup, and certainly for the tracks we have here in the UK, you work on the tarmac setup and then you just try to do whatever you can with that in the dirt. So Baxter's dropped off. Have we lost? We've not lost Eccleston again, have we? Don't think so. I think Kyle is just going out of sight. So it is Baxter then that's dropped off quite a long way. So Eastwood, our race leader. Already into the next lap.
So we should already have Chris Eastwood, who should be in the off-road. Yep, there he is, just heading out.
A little bit of break on the camera. There's Eastwood. Stax Almond on camera, I think, there, coming down pit lane.
There's the 145 of Luke Armitage. So he's had some great rides so far this weekend. And there is Chris Eastwood just heading over Coward Summit now, heading towards the pit lane.
A lot of riders look very, very similar at this distance. Not always easy to pick them up. Lots of riders zigging around. We've got cameras shooting 3-4 different angles, but they straight back on our race leader then, Chris Eastwood. He can't have much longer to go. He has a look over his shoulder. I think it's going to be last lap flag this time, or is it going to be checkered flag?
So he takes a quick look over his shoulder. You can see there is absolutely no one anywhere near, and a wheelie across the line to take the checkered flag, followed by the 666 of Darrell Pennington. And then we'll keep an eye out for the 255 Kyle Eccleston.
Eccleston already across the line.
Good ride from the 51 of Jason Slater. Unfortunately, I think he may have had a bobble because he's ended up back down in 24th. So
but he was on fire at the beginning of that one. Definitely. Just looking out the window to see what happened to Simon Wadsworth. So he started on the back row of the grid on that one, and just to see him in mid-air across the top, and he's actually having a proper battle as they come down the hill. I know we can't see this on camera, but you look to the end of pit lane, Andy Hayes and Simon Wadsworth, who fought to the death for the win in that C Group final, are literally
could see them there
separated by about 5
screen.
feet. But that's a great race then, a win for Eastwood. Here, the fact they've picked it up, well done. So this is Wadsworth then and Andy Hayes. They fought to the death like this. on the previous race, and the last time it looks again like Wadsworth is just going to sneak on us on that Trips.uk KTM across the line from Andy Hayes, but they will both have enjoyed that. Maybe Hayes a little less. And Brett Haley, the 154, our super vet rider, one of the oldest guys out there, he comes across the line. But those guys outside of the top 20 in that final B group race of the day. So the last race then, as we get ready to wrap up the proceedings here. There's a 79 of Peter Bennett. The 188 of Seth Gibson then, also on the RWJ team, that ex-Jay Smith Honda. He will have come up from the B group as Booth pushes in. That is that your old bike, that Stephen Booth bike? That looks very. It's the Steve Gallimore, Chris
It
Cooper,
is.
whatever.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yep, it's the old. Was originally a 350 SXF, then a 300 two-stroke engine got grafted into it.
Which my mate did, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's that bike. It's still going.
I'm probably the only person that's not owned it. But it is a great introduction bike to the championship. But anyway, our final race of the day, British Supermoto A, brought to you by Sheen's Project. Richard Sheen then out there in our C group on his bathmate Husqvarna. Loves the sport and supports it. And we're grateful for that as we look at the 138 of Paul Groom. So he's had a good weekend, Paul Groom. He had, I think he's had a 10th and a 9th, I think. Haven't got the results from race 2.
He finished in 12th in race 2, so
he was part of that massive battle
in the mid-pack,
which had Arlie Sharp, who was running 6th and went back to 14th, which does him a disservice because he was riding fantastically. Just looking at our top 3 then for our B group. Eastwood, was the camera then offside was then? It was Eastwood that took the win. He'll be happy to say that. Andy Mitchell then on the Stark. He's got that had that back on charge. You can see there Harley Sharp pushing the front in that off-road section. Here's our grid then. It will be the number 4 of David Pearce, as we see Alex Mullaney go through shot. Jay Smith then. Jay had a puncture in that last race. £15 only in that rear tyre on that Trips.uk MTR KTM. So David Pearce will start from pole. 2 wins so far from the Trips.uk KTM of Jay Smith. Then it's the Contract Solutions KTM of the Scotsman Jamie Duncan. And rounding out the front row, number 54 of Richard Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM. And then an excellent second row start for the 79 RWJ Husky of Peter Bennett. And it's the 217 of Richard Sharp, who recovered very, very well from that mishap on the opening lap. He did say that JD ran down the inside of him and nudged him out wide. He had a contact with Jack Nation, and then it was just literally skittles from there. Jack Nation will start from 7th, Mullaney 8th, Chris Walker 9th, Dean Hillier 10th, Lee Williams 11th, and Paul Groom will round out row 3. And then bringing up row 4, we have Bremner, Harley Sharp, Josh Jasper, Ollie Holmes, and coming up from the B race last time, Andy Mitchell on the 61 Bathmate Stark, and the 188 Seth Gibson on the RWJ Honda. So final race of the day. Here we go then. We wait for everybody to get ready, start devices on. We will wait for the green flag from Kirk, and at the back of the grid, that looks like that's Seth Gibson. Now somebody just in the wrong place then, and it's like Bremner in the wrong place on the grid. They push the front, the start device on. I would say that's something that we had in motocross for a while, and it's found its way into MotoGP, these ride high ultra-in devices then. So Andy waves the flag on the front of the grid. We will point at the lights, and our final race of the day will get underway. To reverse grid, don't forget, Mullaney's on pole. I did forget it was reverse grid. It's Richard Sharp. Always catches me out, that reverse grid, Danielle. I'm looking at the list, but it is Sharpie that's at the front. Pearce is already up to 2nd.
Yep.
4 feet off the pegs for Bennett.
So it looks
loads of people on the floor. Bennett's one of them.
I think it was Bennett, and I think...
Now, well, that's, we'll say hero. Who's that in the out?
That's Chris Walker. He looks like he stalled it. We've also got Bremner down there, and Paul Groom stalled it in the off-road as well.
817 Harley Sharp there as well. So got caught out by that reverse grid. We were reading it off the screen, but of course looked up and saw that we'd got Alex Mullaney on pole. He's not managed to turn that into a whole shot. But Pearce then absolutely shot through. But it is Richard Sharp then at the front from the number 4 off David Pearce. Now, is he going to be able to find a way past the Trips.UK Husqvarna rider? Third place is Mullaney. Massive moment from Richard Sharp. I'm not sure whether they slotted a new tyre in the back of that bike between races. At the track temperature then, this is where Pearce is absolutely ballistically fast. He cuts this corner. Sharp, he'll have a look, sends him the long way round. Oh, look at this. Is Pearce going to have? No, he shows him the edge of the track. Oh, he cuts back underneath. Richard Sharp got plenty of rider smarts. Mullaney there third. Jay Smith fourth.
And then in fifth we have Jack Nation. So another one of our under 21 riders there. It looked like maybe someone had a bobble. Was that Jamie Duncan?
That might have been JD off in the dirt. So Sharp then from David Pearce. Through the off-road section onto Coward Summit, and Richard Sharp, he's definitely feeling it today. He said to me that, look, I'm riding well, I'm happy with my speed, just need the starts. He really enjoyed that last race, even though he had to come from way back, but he's feeling the that new to him Husky. He's opted to go, I think that's a new very low hours 22 bike. So he started the season pretty much with a new version of what he finished last year with, and he's instantly comfortable on that bike. They come across the line. Is Pearce going to get a run on him again this time? Oh, he's going to come back underneath him. Oh, that was...
What a move.
That was a move. Pearce is going to come back though. So this is a proper race. Richard Sharp is not giving this up. That's the fastest I've seen anybody go through that off-road section all day long. Sharpie is absolutely pulling the pin on this. He wants this one. He's going to make David Pearce work for this. The battle for third then. Mullaney's still there in front of Jay Smith. So the youngster then having a bit of a redemption ride. He's had a rough old day of a debut weekend on that TM. But his speed is definitely there. But Richard Sharp, he was having none of that. He's pulled the pin, he's gone for it. Pearce is, well, he's dropped half a second.
Yeah, I can see this being a fastest lap for Richard Sharp. So, following how fast he looked through the off-road there, Pearce is still back all over him through this section though. So,
is he going to get a run on him?
Luna,
that's where this is where the speed comes. Wheel. Don't think he's close enough this time.
Yeah, Richard Sharp sending him round the outside, but again it was a fastest lap for Richard Sharp with a 1:18.499. So
here's Sharp then into the dirt. He's absolutely on a mission there. Full send. He's made Pearce look slow through the dirt. Not many people have done that.
Yeah, that was just... He's pushing in the dirt. He's really pushing. So the gap back to Alex now, looking at about 3.1 seconds. Can see there in the mid-pack we've got the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, who I do think was a faller, following the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So that's the battle for 7th. As we watch there, that looks like the 155 of Chris Walker going around the inside of Peter Bennett. So that would have been the move for 15th.
So here's then Richard Sharp. He's got some daylight. Is David Pearce finally going to cry enough as the 217 Trips.UK Katie Husqvarna rider onto the start-finish straight? Now he might look round and not see and not feel the number 4 of David Pearce. Pearce might be, do you know what? I've got the points lead here. Sharpie's had a bit of a mare. I'm still going to take the overall. Is it worth the risk? He looks over his shoulder, sees there's a big gap behind. Nobody breathing down the neck. They've put some a lot of time into Alex Mullaney and Jay Smith. As I said in the previous race, he had a slow puncture, £15 in the back of that Tricks UK KTM rear wheel, which was why the pace was a little bit off. But Richard Sharp, then he's stretching David Pearce here. They come off Coward Summit, sun shining brightly. It's almost half the pit straight lead now for Richard Sharp. It could evaporate in a second, but it looks to me like maybe the 217. Has he broken the spirit of the Manxman? He's won a hatful of races over this weekend as David Pearce, but as Richard Sharp took advantage of that reverse grid, well, an absolutely rocket ship start.
Absolutely sideways as he makes his way around turn 1.
Oh, big mistake there though, and all of a sudden Pearce is back on him. So all of that work, the contrasting styles of British Supermoto, the man who's absolutely sideways all the while, Richard Sharp, the knee down style of the number 4 of David Pearce.
Looking back in the pack, it looks like Jamie Duncan has made his way past Richard Blakeman, so Blakeman looks to appear to have lost a few places. You can see him there behind the 108 of Dean Hillier.
Fantastic battle still at the front though. Another mistake from Richard Sharp, just doesn't get the gas on over the top of Coward Summit. And is this going to give second wind to the number 4 of David Pearce? He's closed in, the gap's halved this time by. He's got to find a way past Richard Sharp though. And Sharp is not riding defensive, he's trying to put a lap time in.
Oh, we got a rider down in the off-road. That looks like the 817 of Harley Sharp, so he's just bobbled it there on that first corner in the off-road.
There, this is going to be it. Richard Sharp had a moment coming out of Luna, and this is going to be it, down the front straight away. Oh, he lays it across the front. Is he going to shut the door? Yes, he is. He wants this, he really wants this. This is absolute top draw racing. I didn't see whether we got a last lap flag there.
He got a bit squirrely there going into the off-road, so the back wheel nearly coming out of the berm.
Still no last lap flag, so
we've got 4 laps to go, Phil.
We've got 4, excellent. This race seems to have gone, it seems to have gone in a flick and then also been on forever. And I'm sure it's the longest race of Richard Sharp's life, but he's doing everything that he needs to do at the minute. Oh, another little mistake.
That battle in the mid-pack, so that is the battle for what I believe is 10th. So Oliver Holmes, number 42, the rider that moved up from the Bs this morning, is currently sat in 10th with the 188 of Seth Gibson on his tail.
Peter Bennett in there as well. He was on the floor in turn 3. So here is battle down the race lead down the Rogerson straight. Pearce all over the back of Richard Sharp. Mullaney and Smith are 15 seconds, 8 seconds back or whatever, a long, long way. Not in sight, here we go again. Another run for Pearce down the inside. Sharp is having none of it again. You have no idea how the quality of this racing. And you know that David Pearce is giving it absolutely everything here to try and sweep the weekend. Richard Sharp.
Just see Alex Mullaney there in the back of shot as these guys are leaving the off-road and heading towards that tabletop, so there's still absolutely nothing in it. It looks like Alex has broken away from Jay Smith there. You can see the 817 of Harley Sharp just cruising around there, trying not to be in the way of our leaders.
But Sharp, he's got himself fit this winter. He's not a big guy anyway, but he looks a lot leaner. Looks like he's been doing a bit of training. And the pace at the front of this final A race of the weekend, absolutely electric. As Richard Sharp leads into the pit turn. Pearce all over the back of him now. You get a feeling that there might have to be a bit of contact here at the end of the straight for the pass to stick, but Richard Sharp not wanting to give anything up. Here they come again. I'm not braking. He's going to cut across and drop it across the front of David Pearce. This is an absolute classic race. A little bit of a bobble there for Richard. He's just able to get out of the ruts. There's a little bit of a gap there and a mistake. That's going to give him 5 or 6 bike lengths. Pearce has just lost a little bit of time there. Is that going to be enough? The first time that not got both riders in shot, they come up to the top of the hill, and it is. It's just is it enough of a gap? Is Pearce going to give it up? He's dropped off once and come back to the back of Richard Sharp, but he's not there this time.
He's giving him just that little bit of breathing room on this tarmac section now as they head round towards the Rogerson Straight. So this is a section that we know David Pearce is just impeccably fast. So we'll see now as they head into Luna. He's definitely not as close as the last lap. So, but hopefully Sharpie can get that tripped Husqvarna round the corner, and here we are heading into the final. So their final lap as they head into the off-road. It's Richard Sharp there.
He's had a few bobbles, but he's not put a foot wrong. Doesn't look like they're going to catch any of the back markers. It's kind of again, the fact that neither of them are in shot. Over the tarmac tabletop for the final time. And I think he's done enough. Unless Pearce can get a run on him and get past him by the time they get to the start-finish line, I think that Richard Sharp has got the certainly got the lead he needs. Rider pulled over to the side as they come through under the pit complex past that commentary box for the final time. And it does look like the 217 of Richard Sharp on the Trips.uk KTM Husqvarna, will give that team the A final victory, and well deserved. A fantastic race there, David Pearce. He never gave that up right to the death. A fantastic race. Here's the battle then. Jamie Duncan all over the back of Jay Smith as they come through Luna for the final time. The Scotsman's going to run wide on the Contract Solutions KTM and try and sweep. Oh, he lights the rear up. Smith's going to hang on. Mullaney already across the line in third. That was Supermoto out of the top draw. Battles all down the field. We couldn't take our eyes off the one at the front as Dean Hillier and Lee Williams come to go across the line, and Hillier's going to hang on. But that was a fantastic race. Margin of victory will be 1.1 seconds in the records of our live timing, but they were barely more than that far apart for the whole race. And that is one awesome way to finish off round one of the Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship. We'll just wait for the riders to find their way into pit lane, and we'll send you down to Danielle, who will interview the top three. But a fantastic race. Good to see Alex Mullaney then managing to find his way onto the podium for the final race of the day. But I'm sure you will agree that was a battle that was worthy of any championship. And Richard Sharp and David Pearce fought for the whole of that, what I think was a 12-lap final with barely a second between them. And Richard Sharp showing that he's got what it takes to win at the top level, with a certainly masterful class of backing in down at the end of that start-finish straight. So I will hand you down to Danielle in pit lane. She'll just get ready with the mic and she'll start talking to everybody. I will see you at round 2 and we will hand you off down to Danielle down in pit lane.
Wait for our riders just to get their helmets off and things like that. So we've got a top 3. A little bit different from our race 1 and 2 top 3. We've got Alex Mullaney finishing in 3rd. So debut on your TM Leeds TM 450.
I couldn't be any happier. Just got a first podium at the first round on the new bike. So thanks to everyone involved, David, Tom, Phil, everyone behind us really, and just over the moon. This time last year, I think nowhere near the pace I am now, so couldn't be any happier. So
yeah, great riding from yourself. Feeling comfortable on the new bike?
Yeah, spot on. Really, if there's any problems out there now, I know it's me, so it takes a lot of stress off. So couldn't be any happier. I think I'm in a really good spot for this year, so let's see what I bring.
Yep, so you put yourself in a really good spot for round 2 in a couple of weeks' time. But yeah, great ride. So we'll grab a chat with our number 2. So didn't manage to do the hat trick today, but very, very close. You kept the pressure on Richard Sharp the entire way around.
Yeah, he was just too good on the brakes and couldn't get him out on the straight, which is one of them, wasn't it? He was riding E, so.
Yeah, he absolutely shut the door on you at the end of turn 1 every single time. He was absolutely sideways, but it was great racing to watch.
Yeah, he was just coming straight across me. He didn't make any mistakes either, and he was just riding in, so well done to him.
Cheers. And we will grab a word with our race 3 winner, so the Trips UK rider, Richard Sharp.
Yeah.
New bike?
Yeah, new bike for this year, new team, so all good. Had a couple of offs this weekend, but managed to put it together at the end. New tyre for last race, so that helped. And Dave were all over me like, but it was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, David definitely kept the pressure on you for the entirety of that race, but we were saying you're shutting the door on him at the end of turn 1. It was great riding.
I could. It's obviously quicker than me around Luna, but I could see his shadow coming, so I knew he were coming because I could see his shadow. So I could defend into that first corner, so managed to hold it.
Yeah,
so,
well,
happy man.
You put yourself in a great position for going into the rest of the 2024 season. Any changes you'll be making ahead of round 2?
No, not really. Just a bit more motocross probably, a bit more bike time. Because I haven't done much of it winter with weather, so but yeah, fitness is all right. Feel good.
Good to hear it. So we've had a great round 1 here at Three Sisters in Ashton. But if you will join us again for round 2, which is the 3rd and 4th of May, held at Teesside Autodrome. So you'll be able to catch all the footage from that on the TNL Sports YouTube channel. Make sure that you're following the British Supermoto on both Facebook and Instagram, so there'll be plenty of content from this weekend's racing. And keep up to date with all the changes in the Trips British Supermoto Championship. And we will see you in a few weeks' time.